This is a dramatic reading of verse 1 from an unpublished science fantasy novel. The story takes place in a world of song, silence, and echoes of a dead god. This audio is for private preview and feedback only. Thank you for listening. Chapter 1. The Hollow God is Dead. The chamber doors were not forced. They did not crack open with violence, nor was their sacred seal shattered in defiance. No, they rotted. Beyond them, the shadows seemed to coil, dense as old smoke. Columns once etched with silver inlays stood pitted and grey, their stories lost under layers of blackened tarnish. The floor beneath the serf's feet was laid in swirling tiles, each pattern half swallowed by grime that no servant dared scrub, as if it were too sacred for mortal hands to cleanse. The serf who found them had expected incense smoke, golden thuribles, and a radiant presence behind that threshold. Instead he saw dust. Cobwebs clung like shrouds from 1,000 brittle banners, their colours dulled to sickly parchment. High above, fractured glass let through a strangled beam of light, turning the air into a haze of drifting motes. The air was so dry it hissed in his lungs, scouring his throat with every shallow breath. The hollow god was dead. The saviour, the unifier, the eternal cornerstone of humanity. Gone. Long gone. His body desiccated, slumped on the throne like an abandoned statue. What flesh remained had caved in upon itself, blackened by time. Even the silver cords of his life support matrix lay coiled and brittle across the marble, like shed skin. It should not have looked so ancient. A part of the serf's mind screamed that no decay should move so quickly, not in this place meant to preserve divinity itself. Yet the air felt as if the centuries had passed in a single hush, stealing breath and colour and life. Something about that stillness was wrong, horribly wrong, like a song that skipped its final note. The council erupted. Chamber walls meant for quiet song became an arena of chaos. Men of power, the keepers of echo, the judges of rhythm, the choir tribunal, barked and bellowed over one another. This cannot be. We signed decrees with his seal not a month ago. How is this possible? You will hold your tongue or be declared dissonant. How long? How long has he been? Solon Vire stood still amid the uproar. Knight Captain of the 13th Voice. His rank placed him far below most in this chamber, yet none dared block his path when he turned to leave. The noise fell behind him, like a wave crashing against a shore he no longer stood upon. He walked through the vast chamber doors, the same ones that had once seemed so impossibly grand when he first took his oath. Now they felt smaller somehow, as if the burden of their meaning had been hollowed out with God's passing. The polished pillars on either side of the threshold shimmered with fading hymn etchings, and each panel of stained glass he passed bled colour where once they had sung with light. Their voices behind him were still rising, a tangle of disbelief and fear. Solon felt none of it. The hollow god was dead. But had that truly changed anything? How many cycles had passed with decrees bearing a seal no one dared question? How many battles had he and his company bled through while God spoke in riddles from the seat, fashioned to carry his will? Solon had seen the glimmer of truth long before the corpse was found. In the brittle command structures, the hollow recitals of faith, the uneasy shifting of those who claimed to interpret him. They believed in perfection, a mind above minds, but never once did they question whether they truly understood the words carried down from that chamber. He moved down the corridor, boots striking a rhythm so steady it felt almost profane among the echoes of panic. These people, men of the council, the choir tribunal, the keepers, had all placed their faith in mystery, too blind to see the dangers of worshipping something they could not comprehend. And now, stripped of their certainty, they roared like a wounded animal. But Solon did not roar. He let the sound fall away behind him, a dead choir clinging to a dying song. He thought instead of the 13th voice, of Jerayan, waiting beyond these walls, of the harsh but honest truths shared in training yards and patrol camps, the only place he had ever felt something real. He stepped into the dim passage beyond, the air cooler here, tasting faintly of oil and polished marble. His gaze was steady, his mind already reaching forward, because Solon Vir had never truly believed in the words of gods. He believed in their deeds, and now deeds would have to rise or be broken. He moved through the great corridors of the crucible, the marble beneath his boots dulled by dust and the passing of too many uncaring feet. Banners of faded thread hung limp from vaulted ceilings. The gold filigree cracked. Stained glass wept cold light across floor mosaics no one remembered how to read. He was not followed. Jerayan was already waiting just beyond the threshold, leaning against a cracked pillar with arms folded. "You look like you swallowed a nail," he said. Solon didn't break stride. "I need air." "That bad?" Did they finally vote to let the choir compose something listenable? Solon stopped. Jerayan smirked, but the smirk didn't reach his eyes. He always pushed just far enough, never past it. "He's dead." The words hung in the air like ash. Jerayan's smirk died slowly, confusion flickering through practiced sarcasm. "What?" "The hollow god. He's dead." The color drained from Jerayan's face. They said nothing more. There were no words between them capable of holding the weight. They walked through the lower tier of the crucible together, past market stalls and temple courtyards. The city groaned with its usual rhythm, bartering, praying, sweeping, shouting. Merchants beat time on their wares with wooden hammers. Street choirs practiced off-key beneath flaking statues. The people moved like clockwork. But around them, the city's bones told another story. Massive columns rose between market alleys, so wide no modern mason could have shaped them, their cores humming faintly with a vibration no one dared to name. Some supported tangled catwalks woven of newer timber, bolted and re-bolted across generations, creating levels of living space like stacked nests. Steam curled from ancient grills in the streets, repurposed into open-air cooking pits or small bathhouses, though none remembered the systems that once fed them. Whole stalls were built against monolithic slabs of strange metal, etched with a language no priest could read, and draped with woven tapestries depicting saints of the chorus. Children scrawled practice verses on the base of a pillar that might once have been a conduit for unknown power, now nothing but a play wall. A half-shattered archway framed a block of homes, its surface painted with religious murals layered over fire-blackened marks that hinted at older flames, older chaos. Pulleys and iron hooks from an era before the crucible had been adapted to hoist trade crates, moving everything from vegetables to tools in a steady vertical dance between stone terraces. Solon and Jerayan passed through it all without pause, as if drawn forward by a rhythm only they could hear, as if nothing had changed, as if their god's voice hadn't gone silent. "What are you planning?" Jerayan asked, eyes narrowing. "Every time you get that look, I end up saving your ass." Solon didn't answer. His eyes were locked on the distant skyline. "Be silent." The words came out sharper than he intended. People nearby turned at the insult, one of the deepest in their culture. To tell another to break from the chorus was a shaming act. Jerayan blinked, startled. Solon exhaled and looked away. He regretted it already. They turned into a narrow lane behind the merchant arches. The cobblestones were slick from condensation, the air thick with early market heat. Somewhere ahead, a child played a wooden flute. The melody wavered. Jerayan halted mid-stride. "Did you feel—" The note snapped. The child flinched. A low groan passed between the stones, a noise not made by voice or pipe, but by the world itself. Solon's spine stiffened. The rhythm inside him, the subtle internal hum all resonants carry, lurched off-beat. It was like losing one's balance mid-march, like forgetting your name mid-prayer. He turned, eyes scanning the alley. Behind them, light shimmered unnaturally. A glint, a pulse. The air seemed to hang heavy as if a breath had been drawn but never released. Market sounds stuttered, carried wrong on the wind, echoing as if through broken glass. The scent of incense from a nearby shrine turned sour and burned down to a chemical tang. He felt the cobbles shift almost imperceptibly underfoot, not enough to break stone, but enough to disturb the mind. No breach had ever touched the crucible, not since the hollow god established the lattice. Not once. And yet the sense of wrongness felt familiar, like the opening notes of a nightmare half-remembered from training drills. Solon knew what a true breach was supposed to feel like. A tearing, a screaming, a devouring howl that overwhelmed every sense. But this was quieter, almost curious, a single sour chord testing the city's defenses. He raised a hand unconsciously as if to steady himself, or perhaps to still the phantom echo vibrating behind his ribs. His eyes locked on a place where the light seemed to waver, a thin shimmer that did not belong to any sunbeam. Geraint followed his gaze, tense, waiting for orders neither of them yet knew how to give. And somewhere, beneath the shifting light, Solon felt a wrongness that went beyond the breach itself, a sense of celebration, as if the distortion was rejoicing in a secret only it could taste. The hollow god was gone, and the wound between worlds seemed to know. No one else in the city felt it, not the merchants, not the street choirs, not the children laughing over spilled fruit. But Solon sensed it in his bones. The dark had felt their loss, and had come to sing for it. A whisper. Gone. A priest collapsed in the temple courtyard beyond, screaming nonsense. At least it sounded like nonsense, until he said, "The rhythm dies behind the veil." People laughed. They thought it was part of the morning chant. A few clapped. Solon did not, and for the first time in cycles, Geraint didn't either. Something had gone out of tune. "We need to go," said Geraint. The knight captain looked up from the screaming priest and gave a quiet nod. Both passed through the teeming crowd without interruption toward their destination, the only place in this rotten, stinking city where they could still find peace. The training grounds. A massive arch rose above the entrance, ancient stone wrapped in half-hearted restorations. It looked less like something constructed and more like something unearthed, a relic the city had been built around. Carved into the arch were words Solon had passed 1,000 times. "Only in harmony may we strike true." It had never sat right with him. It never sat right with him because it was never true harmony. Within the towering walls of the grounds stood several modest buildings, the armory, the bathhouse, the barracks, but Solon moved toward the wide, sand-floored arena in the center, the only place that ever made sense. Geraint snorted. You'd think after 100 drills they'd learn to stop tripping over their blades. The knights were already training. Men in linen tunics practiced great sword forms and harmonic stances under the heat of the noon sun. Others chanted into wooden dummies, resonance slamming into splinters, their gifts precise and focused. The air smelled of crushed stone, sweat, and a faint echo of spent harmonics. In the far corner, younger initiates were being berated by a robed elder, red-faced and merciless, his voice pitched to a scolding rhythm that made even the bravest flinch. The elder punctuated each phrase with the sharp snap of a cane against his palm, a ritual as old as the order itself. Solon said nothing, climbing to a small overlook he favored. From there, he watched the 13th voice move through drills with deliberate strength. flawed, unorthodox, but loyal to the last. They were not like the others. Neither was he. Shields clanged in imperfect harmony, the offbeat notes somehow more honest than the polished perfection of other companies. They had built their bond on hardship and survival rather than pageantry, and their scars had learned to sing together in defiance. Solon let out a quiet breath. The city beyond these walls might still be unraveling, but here, in the shifting dust and disciplined chaos, he could remember what purpose felt like. Knight Captain was no low rank, but it wasn't where he should be. Not with a name like Vire, not with the talent he had. Everyone knew it, but the council had buried him in dust and silence. And the 13th voice, his company, was both his punishment and his sanctuary. Geraen took up a training sword, sparring casually with a half-trained initiate. He was a gifted fighter, both with blade and resonance. A commotion drew Solon's eye, an out-of-breath messenger stumbling across the grounds, unauthorized, uninvited. The armorer was already preparing a tirade when Solon raised a hand, halting him. The messenger rushed forward. "There's a disturbance in the lower city, sir. Your presence is requested, by order of Master Preceptor Holdrin." Solon raised an eyebrow. "Interesting." He turned and called down to Geraen. "Oh, what does he want now?" Geraen groaned, wiping sweat from his brow. "I think this may be serious. Based on what we saw earlier, it could be another attack." "Attack? I saw nothing," Geraen snapped. Solon met his eyes. "You know we saw something. I don't know what it was, but it wasn't nothing. Get the squad ready. I may need them." Geraen rolled his eyes but nodded. "And make sure they're sober." Solon called after him. Yes, fine," Geraen muttered, disappearing toward the barracks. Something was off, deeply off, and whatever it was, it had begun to sing. Solon arrived at the Hall of Accord, where Preceptor Holdrin waited with 3 high-ranking echo wardens. The hall's ceiling was a dome of cracked glass and iron vines, filtering the sunlight into fractured prisms that danced over old dust. Echoes gathered high in the chamber, returning each voice in a faint, broken harmony, as if the room itself was reluctant to forget anything spoken within its walls. Symbols of the choir were worked into every surface, old, scratched, and repainted. No one dared remove them, even when the meanings had long since been lost. A copper disc near the door pulsed with a faint light, a heartbeat once meant to sync the voices of those who stood in judgment here. Now it glimmered weakly, a hollow metronome out of time. Holdrin rarely summoned anyone unless a matter had teeth. He stood with the rigidity of one who had long ago traded blood for bureaucracy, his robes lined with copper thread, each fold precise, each pleat sharpened by ritual. His face was carved from duty and resignation, etched with tiny lines that betrayed the cost of command. But it wasn't Holdrin who spoke first. One of the Echo Wardens, a narrow-eyed man named Cadrin, whose voice had clashed with Solon's more than once across the council floor, stepped forward with a folded report. A disturbance was witnessed, documented by 6 citizens and a minor clerk of the tribunal, Cadrin said, and reported rather quickly by someone who found it curious that you were nearby Rhythm Breaker. Holdrin accepted the report without looking at it. His gaze never left Solon. "The disturbance," he said now, flatly. "Describe it." Solon bowed lightly. "Resonant flux in the lower tier. Momentary but distinct. A priest collapsed. No evident breach, but the signs are concerning." Holdrin nodded to a nearby scribe who recorded every word, the stylus scratching its stuttering rhythm across thin parchment. "This city has stood without inversion encroachment for generations. That it falters now, on the very day—" Holdrin dared not utter what everyone knew but was unwilling to accept. "It is a coincidence I do not accept." One of the echo wardens, a stern woman with resonance scars etched along her neck, stepped forward. "Do you believe the lattice is failing?" Solon didn't answer immediately. The weight of all the cycles pressed into the space between them, thick as oil. "I believe something has changed, and we were not told." Haldren studied him, a muscle twitching near one weathered temple. "Then you will listen, and you will not repeat what you hear. Not to your men, not to the council. There have been quiet reports of disruptions near the central pillar and surges in the lattice grid. We have theories. The Crucible's protection was never divine, it was designed, and now something may be unraveling." Solon's jaw tightened. The thought of thousands of lives, knights, merchants, children, all relying on the humming lie of a technology they barely understood, clawed at him. "And you waited until now to involve the knights?" Haldren sighed, a sound like metal scraping stone. "We waited until now to involve you. You have a reputation for unorthodox clarity, Captain. It may be what we need." Solon didn't know whether to take that as praise or punishment. Meanwhile, Gerayan paced through the outer yard, where the 13th voice was gathering. He issued orders with practiced efficiency, though his posture was just slightly stiffer than usual. The squad moved quickly, most of them already pulling on gear, belting weapons, and adjusting resonance harmonizers. "We're assembling?" asked Berun, one of the senior warriors. "What's the call?" "Another breach perimeter." "Don't know yet," Gerayan replied. "Maybe it's just another speech. Maybe the world's ending. Could go either way." He said it with a grin, but Berun noted the edge behind it. Others filed in, Mira, lithe and sharp-eyed, her resonance harmonics shaped to disarm and paralyze. A scout and front-line disruptor. Tarn, built like a siege tower whose voice could shatter steel, slow to anger, but unmatched in front-line breach holds. Tevin, the tactician, whose resonance created barriers and walls, protective, calculating, loyal. Eerie, the youngest, whose gift bent perception, seeing flickers of possible futures. Still unrefined, but eerily accurate. The 13th was unlike other units, unbalanced in doctrine but perfectly in sync when it counted. As the squad continued preparations, Gerayan's gaze lingered on the training field. Solon had always kept things from him, not out of malice, but as if protecting him from something. And Gerayan had always done what was asked. Always. But he could feel it now. The silence behind the noise. A pause. A beat missing in the music. Something had changed, and no one was telling him the song. The disturbance site was buried deep in the lower tier, where stone turned to rust, and rust turned to ash. The streets were cramped with leaning towers and crumbling arches, where resonance signals often faltered. Solon led the 13th in silence, his cloak drawn and voice unreadable. Gerayan followed closely, tension sparking off him like static. As they reached the square where the incident had occurred, the signs were clear. The stonework around the fountain was fractured outward as if pushed from beneath. A foul scent lingered, burnt ozone and something older. Kavan raised a hand, eyes narrowed. "There's a rift trace here. It opened and closed fast, too fast." "It shouldn't be possible inside the Crucible," Mira muttered, stepping towards the breach scar. Solon drew his blade, not for threat, but clarity. His voice hummed beneath his breath, seeking harmonic balance in the space. It came back warped. Then Irie gasped. From the cracked stones behind the fountain, a shadow unpeeled. It had no shape, only the suggestion of limbs, rippling with static and sorrow. No eyes, no mouth. But it screamed. The scream didn't come from its throat. It came from inside them all, echoing through their resonance like a note gone sour. Mira was first to react, her voice cracking like lightning through the thing's chest, tearing mist from matter. Tarn barreled forward, shoulder first, splitting it against the alley wall. More began to form. Kevan erected a barrier of sheer sound, forcing the alley into silence, buying seconds. Jerayan looked to Solon. "Orders!" Solon's eyes locked onto the deepening tear in the wall behind them. And for a moment he didn't answer. He felt the rhythm again, and something beneath it. A deeper song, one he did not recognize. Then, form the chorus, sing as one, hold the line. They moved without hesitation, knights of rhythm, blades of harmonic fury, pressing into the dark. And just before the first true clash, the ground split, and from it something old began to rise. Chapter 2. The First Note. In the early cycles of the Crucible, when the light of the hollow god still shone brightly in the minds of the faithful, children were not born to certainty. They were born to possibility, and possibility in the Crucible belonged to the knights. For centuries, the resonant orders had walked the boundary between salvation and silence, chosen not by birthright but by rhythm. Every child, regardless of their bloodline or background, can be tested. And if the tone within them stirred true, if they vibrated in harmony with the deeper song of the world, they were taken young, before life could dull the edge of their will. The summons never came with a warning. A knight would arrive, cloaked and marked, bearing the silver cord that signified the trial. There were no refusals, there were no exceptions. To resist was to be named dissonant, to be stripped of voice and cast from the chorus. In the lower tiers of the city, where the lattice's hum was weaker and the marble gave way to rusted stone, families knew this truth like they knew hunger or dust. The outer wards did not expect glory. They expected survival. And yet when the knights came, they did not hide their children. They watched them go with held breath and aching hope. Sometimes they came for the children that were 8 cycles olds, sometimes 10, rarely 12. The pattern was always shifting, like a chord improvising against its melody, chosen by the hidden pulses of the choir. Some claimed the lattice itself sang to the knights, guiding their steps when too much discord built in the city's children. Others said it was a mystery even the preceptors could not fully explain. Solon never truly believed in that myth, but he understood how it comforted parents left behind. He and Jerayan had lived in a single-row tenement, jammed up against the rotting ribs of an ancient tower no one had built, only found centuries before. Its hollow steel bones hummed in a wind no one had named. Their small world had been a warren of old market stalls and patched canvas, where children darted between leaning walls and scavenged wire. The great sky arches, twisted from a time before the Crucible, loomed overhead like silent guardians. Solon Vire had been 8 cycles old when they came. The usual time, parents anticipated the night's arrival. He remembered the morning, hazy with summer light, a haze of charcoal smoke and market spice drifting through the window slats. His mother was washing his tunic. His father had already left for the grinders. Then came the knock. 2 knights. No words, just the cord and the nod. He kissed his mother's hand and walked barefoot into the waiting sun. Jerayan was taken the same day. They had known each other since they could crawl. The wards bred tight bonds, shared scraps and scraped knees, 100 tiny rebellions. They were near brothers already. When the trials took them, they did not cry. Not in front of the knights. The journey to the Hall of Song was silent. The trial, however, was not. The Hall of Song was neither temple nor barracks, yet carried the burden of both. Built on the bones of some forgotten structure, its arches soared higher than any chapel, and its floors rang harder than any parade ground. This was the domain of the Knights Resonant, where their aspirants were housed, tested, and judged. Solon and Geraean had been led here the same day they were chosen, crossing from the outer wards in a hushed march behind the cloaked knight who bore the silver cord. Solon entered the great hall with anticipation. Clerks and scribes scurried about in haste to their duties, and all had something to do. Aspirants were also present, being tested and instructed in their daily tasks. This was a place where all earned their meals and bed, even if it was so meagre that you often wondered if this life would offer you more than the intense labor of the grinders. The ceiling arched so high it seemed to swallow the sound itself, turning every child's nervous cough into a lost echo. Banners bearing the old sigils of each voice fluttered with stale draughts. Light filtered through clouded panes of colored glass, breaking across the floor like faded jewels. Once inside, they were housed in rows of numbered cots, their given names replaced with plain designations. The first 2 days passed in silent observation, fed, bedded, but offered no words, while the choir took their measure before any trial would begin. For 10 days they were observed, how they ate, how they waited, how they listened. Tasks were given, puzzles presented, rhythms played without pattern or meaning. Between those tests, the children whispered. The day's drills had ended with aching throats and sore knees, leaving the children scattered in uneven lines while the overseers barked their final commands. Solon had guided Geraean toward a cracked pillar, a place half in shadow, half in sun, where they could rest without drawing too much attention. It was a rare pocket of quiet in the vast hall, just far enough from the scribe's watchful eyes to steal a moment of calm. They had learned already that keeping to the margins meant fewer chores and fewer questions. Solon sat with Geraean against the pillar, knees drawn up to his chest. Across the hall, another pair of boys had quietly started a contest. Who could steal a bread crust from a passing scribe without being noticed? One failed spectacularly, earning a cuff to the ear and a barked reprimand. They're going to break their hands if they keep that up. Geraean muttered. Solon smirked. Better a broken hand than a broken voice. Geraean snorted and flicked a crumb at him. Only you would think that sounded wise. At night, the younger children sobbed into their blankets, their numbers whispered like prayers. Solon could still hear the metallic scratch of a stylus, tallying down the day's failures, marking them for dismissal or further trial. Days bled into each other, a blur of drills, of half-finished chants, of cold water and hard bread. Someone tried to run on the 3rd night. The guards brought him back before dawn, silent and pale, then marched him out again in the morning. Think they'll ever tell us what's coming? Geraean asked one afternoon after a punishing round of pattern recitation left their throats raw. Solon shrugged. Does it matter? Geraean looked away, jaw tight. Maybe. And so they waited, hearts beating a rhythm that none of them could name, in a hall that gave nothing and promised everything, if they survived its song. As the days passed, the children were tested. One test involved standing blindfolded in a chamber of echoing tones, identifying resonance patterns as they shifted mid-cycle. Another tested willpower, holding a single pitch under physical strain, while others screamed, wept, or laughed beside them. Some failed without realizing it. Others failed, knowing it deeply. They called these tests the measures. Small trials meant to cull the weak before they ever saw the true challenge. Children were ordered to walk narrow planks high over dry marble floors, while drums pounded out arrhythmic cadences meant to destabilize their sense of balance. They were made to memorize and repeat verses in foreign tongues, sometimes with words swapped mid-phrase to test whether fear would crack their focus. At night, they were woken at random, forced to stand in perfect stillness as blades of cold metal passed within an inch of their necks, daring their voices to stay steady. No explanations were given. No comfort was offered. The choir simply watched, measured, and recorded. Solon advanced by intuition, able to sense the flow of the pattern behind the noise. Geraint advanced by sheer will, refusing to break even when logic failed him. They recognized the same determination in one another, a mirror of survival against a world that had never asked what they wanted. The days blurred. Each minor trial took something away: innocence, certainty, trust in one's heartbeat, until only a thin semblance of identity remained to bind them. And then came the final test, the one whispered about in half-truths and terrified awe. The first note, every aspirant knew the name, but no one fully understood its truth. Each trial followed the same design, the same sequence of chambers shaped by long-forgotten architects. Yet how each child survived or fell was unique, their resonance echoing differently within those ancient walls. The only constant, you entered alone, or so it was believed. The children talked, and their talk, wild, cruel, imaginative, often circled a core of truth. For cycles rumors had passed down from elder aspirants and former knights. I heard you have to kill whatever's in those blasted cells, or you won't leave alive. If the hollow god doesn't favor you, you die screaming. But beneath all the exaggeration and dread, one detail always stayed the same. 2 entered. 1 left. No one said it aloud, but everyone understood. The trial chose the strong, the willing, the one who would do what was necessary. 2 aspirants would enter the final trial, both believing that whatever waited behind that ancient gate, only one of them would walk free, and most were prepared to ensure it would be them. The boys stood in silence, facing the weight of what lay before them. To fail was to die, and they both knew it. This was the threshold of something far greater than either had ever known. They had been marched from their sleeping quarters at dawn, feet bare on cold marble, numbers called one by one until only the strongest, the quietest, and the most unbroken remained. No food that morning, no water, only a strip of cloth to bind their wrists as a mark of readiness. When they entered the trial chamber, it was like stepping inside the throat of a giant instrument. Vaulted stone curved overhead, ribbed with copper filaments that shimmered with a dim, impossible pulse. Circles of judges ringed the arena, each one bearing the sigil of a different company. 12 voices in all, gathered to observe the final selection of their future brothers. Solon felt the pressure of their gazes before he ever saw them. Their silence weighed more than any chant, measuring every heartbeat, testing every tremor in the boys' steps. At the center of the chamber waited the gate, a massive construct of white-veined obsidian inscribed with impossible shifting marks. No one spoke of what lay beyond it. That was part of the terror. The gate answered only to truth, and only one would leave. Geraint glanced sideways, face set but pale. Solon drew a slow breath, steadying him with a nod. They had shared food and scraped knees and stolen laughter in the alleys of the wards. But here, at the culmination of all tests, they stood alone. And the gate waited to judge them. The trials had been founded in the centuries after the fall, born of the hollow god's determination that no one should wield resonance without proving they could temper it. It was said he designed the chambers himself, reworking the same harmonic engines that once shattered the world, rethreaded into tests of cooperation, sacrifice, and control. 3 chambers, each tuned to measure more than simple courage. The first to challenge memory and clarity, the second to warp perception and trust, the third to force an unbearable choice. 2 aspirants entered, expected to stand together through hardship, until the final chamber, where it was understood only one emerge. A knight could not be only merciful, nor only ruthless. To protect the crucible, They must balance harmony with the will to end discord. And so the trials stood, generation upon generation, refining the choir's best in a ritual that was half salvation, half condemnation. Some whispered the chambers were too perfect, too cruel, as if they had never truly been meant for children at all. A knight of the order approached, his voice deep and rough with age. "You two." The boys tensed. "You," he said, pointing to Solon. "You will be the conductor." Geren's glance was bitter. He had always been chosen second. The knight turned. "And you will be the reflection." The words struck like a quiet bell, heavy, defining. The knight led the pair toward a massive cell door in preparation for the final trial. The hall they entered was ancient, so old it predated even the crucible's founding. Its stone was black with age and veined with silver, humming beneath bare feet. Candles flickered in patterns only resonance could perceive. No instructors, no commands. A narrow corridor led them forward, silver-lit and echoing. Their steps fell in tandem until the path turned jagged and sloped, a descent into the earth's oldest bones. Along the walls, thin copper wires had been hammered into long spirals, pulsing faintly with the resonance of a distant choir. Dust clung to them, giving the impression of 100 tiny suns dulled by neglect. Carved symbols traced the corridor's length, fragments of old scores that no aspirant had ever truly learned to read. Some tried to whisper them like prayers, hoping the forgotten staves might bring favor. Solon kept his eyes forward. Every echo of his footstep felt impossibly loud, as if the corridor were holding its breath to see which one of them would break first. Finally, the path opened onto a broad, domed hall. Here, the floor was etched with concentric circles, like ripples in a silent pond. 12 stone seats ringed the perimeter, empty but for their presence, as though unseen judges waited still. The first chamber tested memory. Voices poured from hidden grilles in the walls, a terrible polyphony of chants and verses layered over one another in deliberate chaos. They clashed, overlapped, twisted, notes that might have once been holy, but now tore at the mind like 1,000 clanging bells. To pass, one had to find the original tone beneath the noise, a thread of pure resonance woven through the madness. It was said to echo the very first note the hollow god had sung to found the chorus. Only those with the calm to hear it through fear and pain could claim the right to continue. Geraint faltered, knees trembling as the onslaught threatened to pull him under. Solon reached out, steadying his arm with a pressure both fierce and silent, letting Geraint match his breathing until he found the rhythm. The note was there, waiting, just beneath the terror. The second chamber twisted perception, walls that moved, shadows that lay. Solon nearly fell into a pitch void, a harmonic sink that would have silenced his gift forever. Geraint caught him just in time. They moved as one, bled as one. And yet the truth settled deeper into their bones. 2 entered. 1 would leave. At last they stood before the gate, silent, inscribed with the language of resonance. Its height dwarfed them both, stretching nearly to the ceiling of the chamber like a black monolith, cut through with shifting, flickering symbols that refused to be read. The stone seemed to hum with its own awareness, a wordless warning that no child should stand there unprepared. The air itself thickened, carrying a metallic tang that caught in their throats as if the gate was already sampling their voices before they even dared to speak. Every echo of their footsteps was swallowed, leaving behind a void so deep it felt ready to devour them if they faltered. Geraint turned to Solon, eyes wild, sweat cutting a line through the grime on his cheek. "We fight, right? That's the path. Beat or be beaten." Solon didn't answer. He scanned the arch above the gate, where a single phrase was etched in the script so fine it might have been spider thread. Seek harmony. Look for anything that might open it, Solon said, stepping closer, heart pounding like a quiet drum. Jeren scoffed, voice cracking. You know what needs to be done. We fight. One falls and the other walks free. That's how it's always been. He drew the training blade. His stance. Ready, certain, desperate. Solon stepped toward the gate. He could feel it, a presence, not hostile, but waiting, like a teacher or a parent, patient but unyielding. His heartbeat slowed. Not rage, not fear, memory. He began to hum, a lullaby, software wordless, the song his mother would hum when the lattice failed and the lights flickered low, a promise that they would survive one more night. The memory brought tears to the corners of his eyes, but he let them stand. Jerayan paced behind him, tense. What are you doing? Draw your blade. Solon didn't move. Then he sang, clear, unafraid, full of quiet hope. The gate stirred, like a giant awakening from a dream. Lines of light traced through its dark face, following a pattern as old as the city's foundations. Then it opened. Jeren lowered his blade. No voice announced the verdict. No judges proclaimed the winner, but everyone would know. Harmony had been found, and only one had sung. Jerayan passed, too, because of Solon, and something between them cracked. They praised you for mercy, Jeren would say, cycles later, but we were taught to kill. But at that moment he only stared, and in silence they walked onward, into the chorus. The order of resonant knights revered ascension, from aspirant to initiate, from initiate to full resonant knight. Every step upward was ritualized, measured, watched. And yet, for all the structure and song, the path was never truly even. Solon advanced with quiet grace. Others pushed harder, trained longer, boasted louder. But the harmony that poured from him was undeniable. His technique was elegant but never showy. His resonance, when summoned, always tuned the room to him, not through dominance but through balance. He never sought rank. When praised, he deflected. When awarded, he bowed lightly and moved on. The instructors called it humility. The others called it strangeness. Jerayan didn't understand it. He wanted to. He tried. They trained side by side for cycles, sparred, ran drills, slept in adjacent cots beneath cracked mosaics of the old chorus legends. When Solon succeeded, he would turn first to see if Jerayan had followed. When Jerayan stumbled, Solon stayed behind to help him back up. You could have finished first, Jeren muttered once, as Solon looped an arm under his shoulder during a hill ascent. I didn't need to, Solon said simply. Jeren laughed, but it was hollow. You always say things like that. Still they stood together, through trials and promotions, through their first deployment to the breach edges, where the air shivered and sound moved sideways. Solon's instincts saved them more than once. The squad began to notice. Whispered things. Some of them are even respectful. Sergeant Vire sees the song before we do, some less so. Careful not to fall into his shadow. Solon never corrected anyone, but he always made space for Jerayan. He deferred in council drills, gave him lead positions during tactical simulations, and even once absorbed blame for a misstep that had been Jerayan's. You didn't have to do that, Jerayan said afterward. You're my brother, Solon replied. And he meant it. But cracks don't always come from cruelty. Sometimes they form in the silence between praise. Jerayan saw the looks, the nods of approval, the subtle deference Solon received from higher ranks. He watched as Solon turned down command postings he had to fight to be offered. And no matter how hard Jeren worked, it was always Solon who made it look effortless. The 13th voice was eventually formed, not by strategy, but necessity. A team assembled for the outermost missions, where traditional resonance tactics failed, and danger sang in foreign keys. They were never meant to exist. The chorus had been built on 12 voices, a perfect cycle, each company tuned to uphold the symmetry of the order. 12 notes, 12 pillars of harmony. But Solon had disrupted that pattern from the moment he first sang in the trials. His approach was dissonant, unorthodox, yet undeniably effective. So they built the 13th around him, as both an answer and a caution, an echo that did not belong in the choir, yet could not be denied. A final note beyond the octave, dangerous and unresolved. Solon was placed at its head. Geraean followed, willingly. For a time they fought as one, but slowly the echo of Solon's choices, his compassion, his restraint, his refusal to seek power, began to twist in Geraean's ears. Not because Solon betrayed him, but because he didn't. And in the world Geraean had been taught to survive in, that kind of love was the cruelest wound. He wanted to believe in him. He did believe in him. The 13th was not the best of the order by standard measure. They were misfits, skilled but unconventional, soldiers with edges too rough to blend smoothly with the wider choir. Beron, the stone-wall brawler, who never sang unless it was to strike. Mira, sharp-eyed and quicker than sense, her resonance able to split attention and scatter formations. Kevin, the tactician who never sought a fight, but always won one. Eerie was barely more than a girl, yet her voice touched the future's edge. Their first mission together had been a retrieval at the breach front, one of the old outposts lost to inversion storms. Another squad had gone silent. The 13th voice was sent not to rescue, but to recover remains. Solon changed that. They found survivors buried in collapsed stone, their resonance frayed by days of singing against the dark. Solon refused to abandon them, against protocol, against time. He sang them a path out. Through collapsing halls and collapsing hope, his voice wove clarity. Not just command, but courage. Every step he took was toward danger, every breath spent to shield another. Geraean fought beside him and saw the way the others followed, not out of fear or duty, but faith. Afterward, no one questioned his leadership, not because of rank, because of trust. And that's what made the doubt unbearable. Chapter 3. The Whisper Beneath. Long before the gates of the crucible were raised, before the chorus was unified and humanity gathered under the hollow god's lattice, there were breaches. Not many, not at first. The world had been too fractured, isolated tribes and cities, too far apart in rhythm to draw the attention of the dark. But when the first harmonic lattice began to resonate across continents, the veil between worlds began to thin. The inversion did not invade. It seeped. It was never a war. It was a corruption. Whispers that curled into nightmares. Instruments that played themselves. Children were born humming songs no one had taught them. Entire towns vanished, remembered only in the pauses between broadcasts. At first, no one understood the connection. A single choral group in Dalcan sang itself to madness. A monastery in the far west began humming atonal harmonies in perfect synchronization, days after the last monk had died. Old radio towers powered by forgotten machines began to pulse again, emitting static that rearranged the dreams of anyone nearby. Some tried to blame sickness. Others thought it was a natural result of humanity reawakening the bones of the old world. But the knights learned the truth slowly, through blood and silence. The inversion did not need to cross borders or skies. It needed only the right frequency, the right minds, and the right weakness in the harmony of men. Not every breach looked the same. Some opened slowly, days of atmospheric tension, of voices slipping off key, of glass humming in unstruck chords. Others struck like lightning, sudden and surgical, cracking open reality with a scream. Each was unique. Each was fatal. There were early records, scraps of songs transcribed by trembling survivors, sketches of impossible shapes, survivors who remembered nothing but the sound, and others who remembered everything, down to the way their loved ones' eyes moved as they became part of the dark. Even now, most citizens of the Crucible only half believed the stories. Tales of the breach were considered cautionary myths, old terrors told to keep faith strong and voices disciplined. After all, the Hollow God had sealed the city with the lattice. No breach had touched its walls in generations. But the knights knew better. Every resonant knight trained with breach simulations. They memorized the signs: resonance dissonance, pattern echoes, unnatural decay. They studied the creatures that birthed themselves from human pain, the Hollowborn, shaped from broken memories and despair made manifest. Each knight was molded to a purpose, refined through long cycles of doctrine. Some specialized in shielding and stabilizing, others in perception or rapid assault, still others in harmonics so deep they could anchor entire squads with a single breath. It was said that together, these classes formed a living chord, a weapon in human hands, tuned to hold the veil intact. No one survived the Hollowborn alone, and so the choir trained them not merely to fight, but to resonate together, each role an essential note in the greater song of war. They learned to resist the lure of familiarity, to sing through the screaming, to strike the seam between realities before it widened. And they were taught one command above all others: hold the line, even if it sings back. Now, as the 13th voice formed into position in the ruined lower square, that command beat like a second pulse beneath their armor. Solon stepped forward. Mira flanked left. Tarn rolled his shoulders, muttering a rhythm under his breath. Eerie shivered. "Captain," said Sivan, voice tight. "They're forming again. I count 6, maybe more." The breach scar pulsed once. From it came a shape like hunger-wearing human limbs. Solon's blade rose. "We hold, we do not break." Behind them, the Crucible still sang its lullabies. Traders argued, children laughed, and priests recited old chords. But here, in this fractured square, the silence between those sounds stretched wide enough to swallow a city. And from the breach, the whisper came. It was not a voice, it was all voices, a harmony reversed, a song sung backward, scoured the inside of their skulls like iron dragged across raw nerve. It pulled at old grief, tore up buried terror, and flung it wide open. The taste of copper flooded their tongues, memories of every failure, every heartbreak, dredged up and made to scream in unison. It was dread made flesh, and it wanted to crawl inside their bones. Irie stumbled. Mira caught her. "It's speaking!" Irie gasped. "It knows us. It sees the rhythm in our bones." Then came the scream. Not from a creature. From the rift itself. The Hollowborn did not truly make sound. They had no voices of their own, no chords of their own. Instead, they seized resonance from the world around them, drawing breath from a mother's lullaby, a child's first note, a mourner's wail, twisting it, poisoning it, and sending it back as weapon. This scream was no exception, harvesting the very echoes of the night's own harmonic fields, forcing their terror to sing against them. And something stepped through. It was massive, not tall, not wide, but dense, heavy with presence. Like grief given muscle and motion, wearing 1,000 stolen voices as its armor. Its form twisted as it walked, as if memory couldn't decide what shape it once had. Limbs flickered between human and not, too many fingers, no face to speak of, and a body stitched from silhouettes. Its surface moved like scorched fabric underwater. It didn't growl or roar, it pulsed, like a drumbeat with no rhythm, a cough in a song. Solon had seen lesser Hollowborn before, echo things that lurched and wailed, shaped by panic and fear. But this one felt intentional. A remnant, spawned not from an accident, but from something held tightly, something a human soul refused to let go. "Form the circle!" Solon shouted. His voice cut through the static like a bell. They obeyed without hesitation. Fighting Hollowborn was not like fighting men. Blades alone meant little. Wounds didn't bleed, they whispered. They distorted. A careless strike could rebound as psychic dissonance, unraveling a night's calm in a single heartbeat. Touch the wrong place, and your memories bled into them, feeding them strength. That was why resonant combat was never silent. Knights carried stabilizers etched with sacred song lines, harmonic crystals tuned to their personal resonance. They trained to lock step with one another, voices braided through a disciplined group rhythm that could drown out the Hollowborn's corruptive pull. A seeker might scan for emotional traps, while an augur sealed away the worst feedback, the conductor holding them all in pattern. Every strike, every chant was measured, because even a heartbeat out of tempo might mean giving the Hollowborn a foothold inside your mind, a place to steal you, note by note. Solon began to hum. A low, grounding tone. Mira matched the pitch. Tarn added a third below. Eerie, voice quivering, traced the harmony forward, a searching note for the remnant's weak point. The creature staggered, only slightly. But it heard. And it sang back. The scream split into 5 voices, none human, all familiar. Solon recognized one. His own mother's cry, warped and slowed to a dirge. His hand tightened on the hilt. The song of battle began. Mira's blade flared with resonant light, a percussor's perfect strike cleaving through a shifting limb and tearing it free in a single harmonious flash. Instead of bleeding, the severed mass burst with a detonation of stolen sound, so loud it dropped Seven, the augur, to one knee. Tarn the warden charged through the noise, wrapped in a stabilizing bass pulse, each step like a hammer on a drumhead driving back the Hollowborn's unraveling shape. Its form flickered, struggling to maintain coherence under so many layered rhythms. Irie, the seeker, screamed, a chord of future threaded harmony so sharp it bent the air. The creature reeled. Sevan's hand slammed the earth, casting a resonant dome that rippled outward, weaving them all into a moment of precious silence. Inside that silence, the world seemed to slow. Wind coiled in lazy spirals around them, lifting stray leaves, bits of broken stone, the faintest dust from old battles. Each mote of grit hung weightless, suspended in the hush like stars refusing to fall. Even the light through the veil seemed to bend, turning golden and glassy. Solon stepped forward, moving through the frozen moment as if time itself had given him passage. His boots crossed the fractured earth without sound. Around him, the squad watched, still half locked in their battle stances, caught between awe and dread. He didn't raise his sword, he didn't raise a shield, he raised his voice, not a battle hymn. A lullaby? The same one that had opened the gate cycles ago, when the trials demanded a note of mercy instead of a blade. Soft, steady, impossibly clear. A song sung to sleeping children in the dark, carrying memory, carrying hope, carrying every truth Solon still held. The air resonated with him, that quiet melody wrapping around the swirling chaos like a mother's gentle hand. The Hollowborn flinched, their stolen harmonics warping, unable to devour something so pure. In that moment, Solon was a blade of calm, an echo of what the hollow god might have dreamed knights would become. For a heartbeat, the remnant froze. Its shape sagged inward, edges drooping like wilted cloth. It knew that song. Somewhere, someone had once sung it. Then Solon struck, clean, decisive, a resonance-wrapped blade through the creature's core. The remnant did not die. It unraveled. Each thread of it was unspooled into sound and silence, fading into the breach, scar-like smoke returning to fire. The square went still. Only their breathing remained. Mira spoke first. That wasn't just a holoborn. That was a memory made flesh. Solon didn't answer. He already knew. They weren't just fighting monsters anymore. They were fighting the past. The walk back to the training grounds was silent. Solon led. The others followed, weapons sheathed, eyes forward. Even Tarn's footsteps, usually loud enough to rattle shutters, were muted. They passed through the gates unnoticed, their return unannounced. Knights usually came back with clamor and ritual. This time, only breath and burden. The scent of city stone returned slowly. The clang of metalworkers, the drift of incense from the chapel of chords, all of it too normal, too bright for what had just happened. In the armory they stripped gear and tended to blades. The ritual of care took over, wiping resonance casings, unstringing voice cores, and humming feedback tones to test degradation. Familiar, grounding work. Sivan's hands trembled once, but he said nothing. Irie stared too long at her gloves before folding them neatly. Jurayan leaned his sword against the wall, fidgeting with a cracked strap, twitching to say something. Anything. Finally he turned. Well, say something, Solon. Make a speech, spout some wisdom, tell us what just happened. Solon looked up. I think the city just heard its first true silence in 100 cycles. He paused. But we're still singing, and that means the next verse is ours to write. Jurayan didn't smile. But he didn't look away either. Chapter 4. The Chamber of Stillness. The halls of the chorus citadel whispered with polished steps and distant hymns, but the passage that led to Haldren's chamber was lined with stone that refused to sing. No echoes, no resonance, only the cold pressure of silence, a silence that pressed against the skin like unseen water. Solon had walked these halls once before, cycles ago, when his rank had earned him a private reprimand. That time, Haldren's words had been clipped, formal, measured like a timekeeper's pulse. But today the walls felt different. Hungrier, Jurayan walked just behind him, boots scuffing the stone in lazy half-steps. He said nothing, until they reached the last corner. Waiting there was Cadrin, the narrow-eyed echo-warden who had named Solon Rhythm Breaker in open council. Well, Cadrin said, lips thin as ever. The song snatcher arrives. How poetic. Did you hum the horror back into its hole, or just weep it into silence? Jeren gave a soft snort. Too quiet to be overt, too loud to be accidental. Solon didn't slow his stride. We held the line. Cadrin stepped aside with mock deference. Haldren awaits. Try not to break his rhythm, too. The chamber doors opened, not with grandeur, but with a soft chime, like the fading ring of a tuning fork. Inside, Haldren stood at the center of a circular room of black stone and copper latticework. The walls shimmered faintly with harmonic fields, tuned low enough to suppress all reverberation. Words spoken here did not carry. One had to listen. "Knight Captain," Haldren said, "you return, with the report." Solon replied. He stepped forward, but not before casting a glance back at Jeren, who lingered by the door. Uninvited, unacknowledged. Haldren gestured to a narrow pedestal with a single luminous disk. "Then speak." Solon did. He spoke of the square, the scream, the remnant. He recounted the counter chords, the unraveling, the silence that followed. He left nothing out. When he finished, Haldren was still for a long moment. Then, The lattice has trembled 3 times in recent days. We believed them momentary echoes, nothing more, but now the pattern cracks. Jiren shifted, but remained silent. Solon's voice was firm. You felt it, and yet you waited. We waited for certainty. The divine pattern speaks in riddles. Not all tremors are prophecies. And now? Haldren turned slightly, his face unreadable in the room's muted light. Now we pray the chorus was not merely repeating its last verse. The silence returned, deep and full of meaning. And still, no one had spoken to Jiraean. And still he heard everything. Solon bowed slightly, then turned to leave. Jiraean followed, still silent. The chamber doors were sealed behind them, with the hush of falling velvet. Moments later, Caedrin entered without knocking. Haldren hadn't moved. You were listening, Haldren said. Caedrin offered a shallow bow. Always. Speak your mind, then. Caedrin stepped forward, hands clasped at his back. You see it, don't you? The man defies rhythm. He follows his own cadence, dangerous if you ask me, and others are beginning to listen to him. Haldren studied him, unreadable. A hero makes followers. Caedrin continued. But a discordant hero, he makes martyrs, or worse, icons. Haldren turned back to the pedestal. Caedrin waited. Haldren's thoughts moved slower than his eyes. He knew Caedrin, knew the hunger behind the polished cadence, the ambition wrapped in ceremony. A climber, a perfect court echo. But even echoes could sometimes carry warnings. Solon is what he needs to be, Haldren said at last. He doesn't seek a song of his own, he simply sings what must be sung. And if the choir can't keep pace... Haldren's gaze darkened, but he nodded once. A quiet gesture of agreement, or admission. Then perhaps it's not the soloist who needs silencing, he murmured, but the choir that must learn to listen. Solon and Jiraean walked in silence through the citadel's outer halls, the stone corridors still humming with the muted weight of what had been said. He never addressed me, Jiraean muttered at last, not accusing, just noting. He rarely does, Solon said. You'd think, after all these cycles, I'd earn more than a shadow's place. You've earned more than most, Jiraean. Just not from the ones who think they own the light. Jiraean chuckled, but there was no humor in it. Spoken like a rhythm breaker. Solon gave a tired smile. You laughed when Caedrin called me that. Because it was true. Still is. You scare them. They reached the outer gate, where the guards nodded them through. The crucible lay beyond, bustling, blind. Jiraean's voice lowered. They'll make a move, Solon. Maybe not soon, maybe not directly, but it's coming. Solon nodded. Then we stay ready. Keep the 13th sharp. And listen for the notes they hope we miss. Jiraean paused before following. For a moment it looked like he might say something more, but he didn't. And behind them, the doors of the citadel whispered shut like a hymn fading from memory. They walked the city without fanfare, cutting through crowded avenues like blades through cloth. The crucible lived on in blissful ignorance. Children with bare feet ran games through ruined archways. Vendors beat rhythms on rusted pans, hawking saltfish, boiled root, or vinegar bread. The air shimmered with sound and steam. Stacks of harvested algae dried beneath window awnings. Chimes spun from broken wiring danced in the wind. This level of the city, Lochmark, as the lower tiers were often called, was dense, cracked, and alive. The street names changed depending on who you asked. Some still bore the old chorus glyphs. Others had been renamed after saints or soldiers. Here, the people bore names like Cain, Barrow, and Lynn, short, sharp, common tones. Their clothes were durable, stained with dyes from vat-grown fungi or trade pigments from the outer farms. Their hands were calloused, skin marked by exposure to residue, ash, or sun. These were the ones who held the city up. Harvesters, menders, bone pressers, scaffold sweepers. Above them, etched in golden paint and smoother tongue, came names like Velon, Nadia, and Serpent. The highborn, whose voices were trained for court or cathedral, not for calls across a forge. Rarely seen below, and even more rarely heard. Solon looked up past the broken facades. Above, glass towers from the old world jutted into the sky like broken teeth, now reinforced with stone, scaffolds, and flowering moss. The crucible had not been built. It had been layered, a symphony of eras, stacked atop the bones of silence. They passed a street preacher, shouting a psalm to the hollow god, while a small audience hummed behind him. His robes were patchwork, but his cadence was flawless. "They think the lattice's prayer," Solon murmured. Geraen followed his gaze. "Maybe it is. Maybe the machine just learned how to pray louder." They walked on. By the time they reached the barracks, the hum of the city had softened behind them. The training grounds sat at the edge of the middle tier, where ruins still gave way to order. Stone pillars leaned against rusted girders. Ivy claimed the bones of steel. The arena was quiet now, the midday drills long finished. The 13th section was modest, a cluster of reinforced chambers, armor vaults, and private cells. It smelled of oil and dust and the faint sharpness of resonance metal. Geraen stepped through the archway first, peeling off his cloak. "I'll check rations. Baron's been skimming again." "Only if someone's been bribing him with sweet root," Solon muttered. They both smirked, but the weariness still clung. Inside, a few of the squad had already returned. Tarn sat in silence with a sharpening stone, dragging it across the edge of his glaive in a steady rhythm. Mira was doing forms in the corner, slow and controlled, sweat tracing patterns down her back. Eerie sat perched on a storage crate, sketching something into the dust with the end of a blade. Seven glanced up from the table, where maps and old mission logs were pinned. "You're late. Did Huldrin sing you a bedtime hymn?" Solon removed his outer armor, placing each piece in its proper place. "Number, but he's listening now. More than before." "Something's coming, isn't it?" Irie asked, without looking up. Solon nodded once. "It always is." There was no ceremony, no formal dismissal, just the quiet knowledge of soldiers returning to the rhythm of preparation. They didn't need orders, not yet. The sound beneath the city had shifted. They all heard it. In the corner, Geraen hung his cloak, glanced once toward Solon, and then disappeared into the inner hallway without a word. Solon sat on the low bench, rubbing his temples, letting the silence speak. He didn't understand the lattice. Not truly. He knew it was no divine breath. But even the unknown could be sacred if it held back the dark. And for now it still hummed. Barely. But it hummed. Chapter 5. Echoes at the Perimeter. The orders came in whispers, passed through coded harmonics that only a resonant knight could interpret. A listening post at the southern edge of the crucible's outer ring had gone silent. Not destroyed. Not attacked. Just quiet. Too quiet. Solon received the command without ceremony. He summoned the 13th not with trumpet or drum, but with the soft resonance of his voice carried through the barracks halls. The 13th voice was a company in full measure, composed of multiple squads, scouts, wardens, augurs, even support choristers, all trained to harmonize in missions far beyond the crucible's walls. Among them, Geraen's squad was the sharpest blade in Solon's hand, the group he trusted when the song risked breaking beyond repair. Specialists, each of them, drawn from scars and second chances, tempered in fire and rebuilt into something more. When the call came, they moved without question, answering Solon's quiet summons like a chord struck true. And he would be there with them, not a distant captain, but a brother in their ring, shouldering their hopes with his own. The squad rode out at dawn, following the lattice path southward, metal lines humming beneath their boots, buried just beneath the packed soil and broken roadways of a world rebuilt atop its bones. Overhead, the spires of dead cities pierced the morning haze like the ribs of long-forgotten titans. By midday, the crucible was a shadow behind them. The outpost, called Station 12, sat between a pair of fallen giantways, arched causeways of stone and steel that once let ancient travelers cross the skies, or so the old songs claimed, its stone perimeter reinforced with scavenged synth metal and half-working defense towers. Normally it buzzed with encoded chants, defensive hums, and wind-powered harmonics. But now there was only stillness. No guards, no beacon, no song. "Spread wide," Solon commanded, stepping down from the stride beast. The creature machine shifted its weight with an uncanny grace, its 6 alloy-forged legs folding into a prayerful rest position, like a lion at peace. Memory stone plates shimmered across its flanks, catching every stray echo and translating it into steady, rhythmic pulses that calmed the beast's soul core. The Harmonarchs had shaped its design generations ago, modeling it after the legendary beasts of the vanished world, then binding it to living resonance through sacred sigils no knight fully understood. The Harmonarchs called themselves keepers of sung metal. They maintained more than just these loyal mounts. They curated harmonic lenses to detect breaches, delicate lattice anchors to keep the veil stable in remote patrols, and even the tuning rods that each resonant knight carried like a secondary blade. Their knowledge of the old world's half-buried brilliance was whispered to be a blessing of the hollow god himself, though no one agreed how much of that blessing was truly divine. Solon ran a hand along the stride beast's brow, feeling the faint hum beneath his palm, like a living creature breathing through the stone. "Resonance only," he ordered his men. "No torchlight." Kevan nodded, extending his hand outward. The air pulsed, a quiet ripple cascading around them, his resonance mapping the terrain in echo pulses. No movement, no voices, just static. The gates creaked open. They entered slowly, weapons drawn. Mira moved like a shadow, her voice held tight in her throat until it was needed. Tarn held the rear, massive and humming like a contained storm. His shoulders looked carved from stone, impossibly broad beneath the simple weave of his battle tunic, arms corded with muscle that flexed in steady rhythm to his breath. Dark hair fell in thick braids against skin browned by sun and trial, framing a face usually gentle, almost out of place on a frame so built for war. The others called him their anchor, the pillar around which every formation found balance. Tarn was no brute, but there was a presence in him, calm, immovable, that reminded Solon of old statues from the first choir, built to stand for centuries against any wind. Inside the station, signs of life remained. Unfinished meals, armor hung in place, candles burned low. But the people were gone. No signs of struggle, no blood, just absence. In the chapel at the station's heart, they found the first real clue. A sigil had been carved into the altar, not one recognized by the choir, the chorus, or any order Solon had studied. It was a broken clef, an inverted chord. Mira ran a finger along it. Whoever did this knew resonance. This wasn't vandalism, it was worship. "Of what?" asked Irie. Solon didn't answer. On the far wall, in soot-black strokes, a phrase had been painted. "We follow the dissonant way." Jiraean muttered, "Well, that's not ominous at all." "Hold formation," Solon said quietly. We're not alone here. From beneath the chapel floor, a soft hum rose, off-key, not loud, but undeniable. And below them, something began to sing. The floor gave a subtle quake, so faint it might have been imagined, but the resonance in their bones told them otherwise. Tarn moved toward the rear archway, each footfall sending a shiver through the cracked marble tiles. Dust drifted down from a broken lintel above, jarred loose by the sheer weight of him. Even the old substrate seemed to protest, shifting faintly under his deliberate steps. "There's something under us," he rumbled, voice calm as thunder on a distant plain. "Hollowborn?" Before Solon could answer, a sudden pulse of resonance shook the chapel, a wave of raw sound that stung the inner ear. Beneath their feet, voices rose, chanting, low, layered, off-key. The stones of the chapel floor fractured outward in a precise, spiral pattern, like an inverted tuning array. Through the widening cracks, faint lamplight flickered. Then shadows emerged. They wore no uniforms, only ragged robes painted with broken glyphs and scorched cleft. Their symbols twisted to mock the choir's sacred harmonies. Rusted wire bound their limbs in patterns that once might have been stave marks, now corrupted into self-inflicted scars. A few still bled, resonance tattoos torn open and left to fester in the open air. Some of them wept as they walked, their mouths wide in a silent rhythm that seemed to bleed pain into the ground itself, as if they could not remember how to shape a true note. Others dragged shards of memory stone behind them on cords, letting the rock screech against the floor in a discordant accompaniment to their pitiful march. They were a choir of the minor, a hymn of ruin, sung off-key, broken by choice. Seven hissed. "Cultists, channeling resonance." Solon stepped forward. "The dissonant way." The ungifted among them, the Hollowsworn, the knights would later name them, clung to ritual and madness, their hands raw from endless signs of warding that never truly protected them. They bled from the ears, trying to mimic resonance they could not hold, chanting prayers with no pitch until their throats split. When the moment came, they hurled themselves into the dust as offerings, hoping their sacrifice might please whatever darkness they now called master. But others glowed. These were the shard-bound, born with gifts that should have been measured, trained, guided. Instead, they were twisted, resonance drawn out like a scream through broken glass. Their voices struck the air like fractured bells, warping pitch into violence. One woman raised a hand and split the chapel ceiling with a single shriek of dissonant force, shards of stone trembling on unnatural rhythms. Their eyes pulsed with an alien cadence, not of the chorus, but of something older, unchained, reaching back to the first collapse. They were born without discipline, gifted without a chain. They were everything the choir feared a knight might become, if left to rot. "Contact," Mira whispered, resonance crackling around her fists. "Hold the line," Solon said, voice like a tuning fork against the growing scream. And beneath it all, the deeper song rose. The Hollowborn had heard the call. They burst through the chapel's shattered underfloor like smoke given shape. Misshapen limbs bent in places no joints belonged, faces blank and glistening like wet porcelain. They screamed not with mouths, but through the resonance, an anti-song that dragged across the mind like rusted strings. Kevin dropped a barrier immediately, a dome of countertones snapping into place just as the first Hollowborn struck. The force of it cracked the stone floor beneath their feet. Gavin was no giant like Tarn. His frame was lean, almost bookish, built for precision rather than brute force. Sharp-eyed and steady-handed, he moved with the quiet of a man used to holding the line where minds might otherwise break. His voice was smooth and unwavering, a stabilizing note that anchored the squad through every storm. When he set the shield, it felt absolute, not a wall, but a promise. "Strike rhythm!" Solon bellowed. Mira, the percussor, was the first into motion, launching through the dome with a pulse of harmonic acceleration. Her fists hit like drumbeats in perfect counter time, each impact punctuated by a flash of light that crushed the Hollowborn's warped chords mid-note. Tarn, the warden, stepped forward, voice building into a low, rolling hum, steady and powerful as an ocean current. When he released it in a single thunderclap, 3 Hollowborn shattered in place, their resonance scattering into harmless dust. The Shardbound moved among the chaos, guiding their lesser kin like warped conductors. One of them, tall, bare-chested, eyes wide and unfocused, lifted both hands. From the stale air, a descending chord shimmered into existence, visible as a twisting braid of color and pitch. It slammed into Kevin's shield with such force, the resonant dome spiderwebbed and cracked like old glass. "Disrupt him!" Solon commanded, cutting across the noise. Jeraean, the breaker, moved with lethal grace, his blade dancing with a discordant counter-harmonic. He sliced through a Hollowborn lunging from behind a shattered pew, its stolen resonance falling silent. But his eyes lingered on the cult leader, something personal and raw burning behind them. "Irie now!" Solon barked. The Seeker inhaled sharply, and her voice lanced outward, thin, crystalline, tuned to a frequency that only a knight could withstand. The Shardbound leader grabbed his head and screamed, his summoned cord collapsing in a swirl of broken color. "Close formation!" Solon barked. "Circle hold!" The 13th reformed without pause, back to back, harmonizing their resonance into a unified shield of tone. The cultists screamed and surged, the Hollowborn shrieked louder. And over it all the chamber began to pulse, to breathe. The dissonant way had made their offering, and something, far below, had begun to wake. The pulse became a rhythm. Solon could feel it, like a second heartbeat beneath the floor, ancient and misaligned. The Hollowborn surged again, guided now not by instinct but by intent. Whatever lay beneath the chapel was no longer dormant, it was listening. Mira broke rank briefly, cutting a Hollowborn clean in half before snapping back into position, movements too quick to track. She was built like a coiled spring, every line of her lean form tuned for speed and violent accuracy. Her limbs moved in blur-fast arcs, each strike placed with a precision that felt almost inhuman, like a war drum trained to play only death's cadence. Even her breathing fell in sync with the rhythm of her fists, controlled, unstoppable, relentless. "We can't hold this line much longer," she spat, eyes scanning for the next beat to strike. "We're not meant to," Solon replied. "Not here." Tarn's voice rumbled deep in his chest. "Will we fall back?" Not yet. A sudden flare of resonance struck from the rafters, a Shardbound perched above, singing a sustained dissonance that bent the air into glassy warps. Kevin threw up a deflection cord, shielding the group as Solon hurled his voice like a blade. The note struck true, silencing the cultist mid-song. In the brief lull, Solon's eyes found the one who had lingered in his thoughts. The Shardbound leader, the one Jeraean had stared at. He stood still amid the chaos, untouched, watching. Solon narrowed his eyes. "Jeraean," he called. "Who was that?" Jeraean didn't answer. Instead, he charged, resonance crackling from his blade like chain lightning. But the leader vanished, folding backward into the shadows of a resonance breach, his image trailing like a faded cord. The Hollowborn screamed in response. "Fall back," Solon ordered. "To the outer wall, regroup and reinforce." The 13th moved as one, retreating in tight formation, cutting down any Hollowborn in their path. The chorus they left behind still sang, ragged, broken, and hungry. But the retreat didn't go clean. A hollowborn surged through a collapse in the left wall, lashing with a tendril of sound-shard resonance that cracked stone and bone alike. It struck toward Erie. Solon saw it too late. His voice caught, tangled in instinct, and something else, something he couldn't name. For a second he wasn't looking at the hollowborn. He was looking at the breach, at the deep shadows beyond, at the echo of the cult leader, and the mark on his bare chest. Erie cried out. Duran moved without thought, his blade intercepting the tendril mid-strike, shattering it in a discordant wail. The blow threw him back into the wall, hard enough to buckle the wood behind him. But he rose. Solon turned, too late to stop it, too late to save her himself. They pushed forward, clearing the last of the hollowborn in a final wave of defiance. Mira drove a resonant spike through the final cultist's chest, and the humming floor stilled. Only silence remained. The squad stood in the debris of the shattered chapel, chests heaving, blood and dust thick in the air. Solon looked at Erie, shaken, unharmed. Then to Jerayan, bruised and scowling, brushing the rescue off with a grunt. He should have saved her. He was the captain. The line should never have cracked. And yet it had. The shard-bound leader's image returned for only a moment, watching from a distance he should not have reached, 1 foot already past the veil. With a final whispered tone, too faint to record but loud enough to be felt, he vanished entirely, swallowed by the fracture he had summoned. Gone, escaped, not through force but invitation. And somewhere beyond the veil, something sang him home. Interlude. Dissonance. Caedrin. The air in the chamber was dry, filled with the soft scratch of parchment and the distant hum of the lattice threading beneath the citadel. Caedrin sat alone at the desk, half bathed in candlelight, half swallowed by the vast dark of the archives behind him. His fingers rested on the edge of a report, but his mind was somewhere else. He remembered the copper smell of the tenement where he'd been raised. The walls pulsed with resonance from the southern spire, a lullaby of static and strain. His mother sang to cover the hum, her voice thin from hunger. His father didn't sing at all, just stared, always trying to catch a melody that would never come. Caedrin had wanted to be a knight once. He remembered the day they tested him, the cold tile, the pressure in his chest, the way the auditors whispered after the silence lingered too long. He had walked out, blinking too fast, jaw set. He studied harder after that, not for pride, for revenge. When they mocked him, half-song, mute quill, Caedrin the calculator, he corrected them with facts, citations, and flawless memory. He knew more about harmonic thresholds and fracture points than anyone his age. He knew what resonance should do. And still, it wasn't enough. The mission to Verin's Hollow changed everything. 56 died because a knight under his command decided to improvise, to be brave. Raleigh had sung something off-protocol, something Caedrin couldn't predict. The breach opened wide and swallowed the town. They blamed Caedrin, of course. Not the knight. Never the knight. They promoted him to cover the loss. They put him behind glass and draped him in robes. Now he sat, watching men like Solon Veer break every rule and still be called a hero. Solon, who smiled like nothing touched him, who walked through the chaos as if born from rhythm itself, who made Caedrin feel like a footnote in his city. He glanced down at the parchment again. Solon's name is etched across the top. The incident at the chapel, the breach, the cult. His quill hovered. A signature here would start a descent, paperwork, inquiry, tribunals. A fall, not unlike the one Caedrin himself had once endured. But he couldn't do it. Not yet. Solon would fall. Of that, Caedrin was certain. But it had to be clean. It had to be perfect. He leaned back in his chair, the candlelight dancing in the dark curve of his eye. "You'll fall, rhythm breaker," he whispered, not for the first time. "You'll fall, and I'll make sure they remember the sound." Dissonance, the boy who saw God. They called him Aaron back then, just another gutter-side child, skin like old bronze, hair a tangled mess of streetlight and soot. His mother sang for coins near the old lattice harmonizer, before it cracked and burned half the plaza, before the prayers turned mechanical. Back then, the hollow god still walked the crucible. Aaron remembered it not as a man, but as a column of light clothed in form. He had no face, not one Aaron could keep in memory, but when he passed through the market that day, the scent of iron and lavender followed. Birds stopped in the air. Children wept for no reason they could name. He was surrounded by knights, armor etched in copper scripture, boots that rang without touching the ground. But they never looked directly at him. No one did. It hurt them to try. Aaron had dropped his bread. He remembered that. A full heel, hard-earned. It rolled across the stones and came to rest in the hollow god's path. And the god paused. The pause was forever. Time froze around it. Aaron thought he'd die from the weight of it. Then the hollow god picked up the bread and handed it to him. No words, just a low, thrumming warmth that made Aaron's ribs hum for a week. Cycles later, the plaza was a dump yard for lattice overflow. The knights marched with steel in their eyes, and children didn't sing anymore. But Aaron still remembered. He told the story to anyone who'd listen, though fewer did each season. They called him Old Tones, or just the Cracked One. But some brought him food. Some asked what God smelled like. A few just sat and listened. Because even now, even after all the silence, Aaron knew. The hollow god had been real. And once, just once, he'd seen him. Dissonance. The bridge. The laboratory was buried so deep it sang. Not to everyone. Only to those who knew how to listen. How to hear the layered tones in the power fields, the rise and fall of charged lattice streams woven through walls of compressed mineral glass. Dr. Tamek didn't notice anymore. It was background music. Familiar, comforting. He stood before the chamber's core array, glancing down at a readout projected on the air in soft violet light. One of the engineers behind him coughed quietly. Then came the sound of boots. "Dr. Tamek," the general said. Not a question. A summons in a name. "Sir," Halden replied without turning. The general stepped closer. His uniform bristled with stripes and half-hidden kinetic armor plates. "We're nearly out of time. We need to know if the prototype is ready." Halden's eyes flicked to the device in the chamber, a massive, ringed mechanism the size of a transit tunnel, humming softly, breathing. "Ready for what?" he asked. The general exhaled. Containment, control, possibly conversion. Halden's mouth flattened. It was never meant to convert anything. But it could, the general said, under the right pressure, with the right resonance. Silence stretched between them. The hum of the machine deepened, just slightly. "You asked for energy," Halden said. "I gave you a bridge. And what lies on the other side?" The general asked. Halden looked at the machine, then away. "We're about to find out." Dr. Tamek's apartment was small, sparsely lit, and silent, but for the faint undercurrent of something electrical, an ever-present thrum he no longer noticed. He entered without ceremony, setting his case on a table built into the wall. The windows were sealed, the blinds untouched. No pictures adorned the shelf. No mementos. No warmth. just cold surfaces and neatly ordered clutter. He removed his coat, then paused, waiting for the hum to stabilize. It did, as always, when he approached the back room. There, behind an unassuming wall of reinforced alloy, something pulsed, not brightly, not dangerously, but knowingly. A second prototype, not sanctioned, not monitored. This one was smaller, quieter, and much, much more intimate. He didn't enter the room, just stood at the threshold, listening. It returned the favor. Tamek closed his eyes. "They want containment," he murmured. "They want to press their boots into a mystery until it marches." His hand touched the doorway frame. An unconscious ritual. "But you and I," he whispered, "we're not building a cage, are we?" The hum rose slightly, like a breath drawn inward. Tamek smiled for the first time in days. It didn't touch his eyes. "The General will learn soon enough." Chapter 6. Ashes of the Song. Smoke lingered, not from the breach battle, but from something older, something deliberate. Solon stepped carefully over a scorched threshold, the soles of his boots whispering against brittle black. The far quarter of the outpost had burned. Not collapsed. Burned. Tarn knelt beside a pile of charred stone and turned one of the fallen beams with the flat of his blade. Beneath it, concentric symbols singed into the floor. Not quite letters, not quite musical notation, but something adjacent. Was this part of the breach? Mira asked, voice low. Solon shook his head. Number this was a ritual. They were deeper in the compound now, past where the Hollowborn had struck. Here silence reigned. The walls still held, though they bore black scars. Everything smelled of bitter resin and scorched oilskin. The flame didn't spread, Kevin murmured. Containment lines. Someone wanted this to burn, but not all of it. A shrine stood at the center of the space, partially melted. Where once a resonance conduit must have pulsed with harmonic energy, one of the god spires, as the faithful called them, there was only slag, twisted brass, a humming stillness that made the hairs on Solon's arms rise. They unstrung it, Irie whispered. Solon turned to her. What? She blinked. The tower, the way it hums now, it's like it's been unstrung, like an instrument that was silenced on purpose. He approached the wrecked shrine and touched the outer ring of the melted framework. It was cool now, but once it had been divine. The lattice line ends here, Mira said softly. Or it did. No, Solon replied. It was ended. They moved deeper. The second chamber was partially collapsed, its entry supported by makeshift beams of old lattice casing. Kevin tested the stability with his resonance. Soft ping, returning hollow. They entered anyway. The floor bore no ash, but soot clung to the upper walls. Someone had lit a fire here, but not in panic. The scorch marks told a story of direction, not chaos. At the center lay a body, not Hollowborn, not Knight. Just a man, arms outstretched, throat slit, eyes burned away by resonance overload. Blood had pooled, but not pooled naturally. It had moved, drawn along grooves etched into the stone to form a circle. A second glyph, different from the ones outside, had been carved just past the body's head. Jerayan stepped close. That's the same marking we saw, on the altar in the northern reaches, 2 cycles ago. Solon looked at him. You remember that? Jerayan nodded. Hard to forget. They said it was a one-off. Copycats. Solon said nothing. He crouched beside the body. A torn scrap of parchment rested near the man's hand, half burned but legible. Let the song unravel. Let the flame consume the false harmony. Let him sing again. Irie turned her head sharply. Did you hear that? Mira frowned. Hear what? Irie's voice dropped to a whisper. It echoed. Not now, before. When you read the words, period. Solon folded the parchment carefully and tucked it away. He glanced toward Jerayan, who was still staring at the glyph carved into the floor. There was a stiffness in his jaw, a stillness too deliberate. Solon didn't say anything, didn't ask, but he noted it. As the others began to spread out, Solon let his gaze linger a moment longer. He had seen that look before, recognition dressed in denial. Search the rest. If the cult left anything else, I want it. No one moved for a moment. Then, one by one, they obeyed. Given returned first. He carried a scorched cylinder, one of the old archive canisters used by border outposts. Its seal was cracked, but the inner coil still pulsed faintly with embedded script. Recovered this from the mess hall, he said, tucked under a stove vent, hidden. Solon took it and turned it in his hands. Ancient etchwork lined its seams, not prayer script, but command channel runes. One caught his eye, a name, half-worn. Jerayan moved to look, then stopped. Mira approached from the corridor beyond, her face pale. I found something worse. She led them to a narrow chamber, once a sleeping quarter. The bedding was torn and blood-marked, but not from battle. A shape had been dragged, several times. Painted on the far wall was a handprint, massive, charcoal black, its fingers distorted and stretched beyond human proportion. No glyphs, no words, just the mark. Solon stared at it for a long time, then turned away. Pack what we can. Burn the rest. This place is spent. He said it loud enough for all of them. But his gaze found Jerayan once more, and the silence that followed sang louder than any voice. They returned to the ridge in silence, the outpost at their backs, and the burned shrine a phantom in their wake. The stride beasts waited without a tether, still and obedient beneath the watchful gaze of Mira and Sevan. They were ancient things, crafted in the image of living beasts, though none among the 13th had ever seen such creatures in the flesh. Engine-born and veil-bound, the stride beasts bore a grace that felt almost biological, a liquid movement at odds with their sculpted alloy sinew. Etched along their shoulders were pattern-lock runes, so old the Harmonarchs themselves only guessed their meaning, shapes that might have once described stars, or prayers, or war. Faint pulses of soft resonance flickered through crystalline lattices where the beast's eyes should have been, watching, waiting, somehow listening. They were not mounts in the simple sense. Their wills felt quiet but present, trained to serve yet never fully tamed. To most they were sacred transport, machines of divine obedience. To Solon they were questions wrapped in prayer, living riddles inherited from a world that no longer existed. As he approached his own, the resonance plates along its flanks shivered in a gentle chord, recognizing him as surely as a faithful hound might. It bowed, not in servitude, but in acknowledgement, a strange pact renewed each time they met. Mira climbed into her saddle first. Do we report this to Huldren? The glyphs? The mark? Solon didn't answer right away. He looked back once more, toward the blackened outpost, the fractured song still echoing faintly in his bones. We report only what we must, he said at last. And the rest? Jerayan asked. Solon's voice was quiet. The rest we remember. The council chambers loomed high above the inner courtyard, pillared, veiled in wind-carved silence, and guarded by voices long since gone. Solon and Jerayan ascended the steps with dust still clinging to their boots, uniforms dulled from the road. Acolytes watched them from behind carved visors, uncertain whether to intervene. No knight should approach the chambers in such a condition, and yet neither man was stopped. Haldrin stood alone at the threshold. The Master Preceptor's robes were pressed, but his face betrayed fatigue. He held a scroll, not inked parchment, but resonance-treated fibre, etched with the cadence of a speech meant for rulers. One Solon would not hear. Haldrin looked up as they approached. "You're late," he said, without malice. Solon nodded. "You're early." Jeren gave a ghost of a smirk, but said nothing. Haldrin looked them over, as if weighing not just their presence, but the weight they brought with them. 12 companies across the Crucible. He murmured, "And this month alone, 5 have submitted breach confirmations. The 9th voice lost 2 men near the southern fractures. The 5th found an unbound shriek wandering the upper spires. Even the 2nd, those polished bastards, reported a failed suppression in the grinders." He turned toward Solon now, fully. "And then there's yours. Unorthodox, scorned in half the records, but your report will shape what I say today." Solon handed him a sealed scroll tube, the 13th's formal submission. Burned god spire, pre-ritual structure, glyphs, bloodwork, lattice severance. Solon said plainly, "And someone who wanted me to see him." Haldrin raised a brow, but didn't press. "The council won't like this," he said. "They don't want reality. They want a narrative. And you don't play the right chords, rhythm breaker." "I don't play at all," Solon said. Haldrin smiled grimly. "Then be ready. If this continues, they'll look for a scapegoat, and your number has always been unlucky." Jeren's posture stiffened. Haldrin softened his tone, slightly. "Listen to me. The lattice is not failing. It's being unwoven, thread by thread. They'll ask if the 13th is pulling at it." Solon didn't react. "What would you have me do?" Haldrin hesitated, then placed a hand on Solon's shoulder. "Sing clear, even if the rest forget the melody." He turned, robes trailing like banners, and stepped through the resonance veil. The door closed behind him with a hush that felt like a held breath. Solon and Jeren remained. Jeren exhaled slowly. "Think we'll ever get invited in there as something other than a problem?" Solon's eyes stayed fixed on the sealed door. "Only if they lose control." Chapter 7. Council in Echo. The dome of a chord rose like a choir note made of stone, smooth, perfect, and ancient beyond reckoning. Its ceiling, strung with veiled banners and curved glass that bent sound into layered harmonics, hovered above the council chamber with unsettling grace. Resonance thrummed through every block of its construction, tuned to hold voices in perfect clarity, as if even the echoes were required to obey the law. At the center, 6 thrones, 5 of them carved from solid stone, each sculpted to represent the ruling orders with almost religious precision. Crests of their lineages glowed faintly beneath a polished resin, pulsing with the subtle heartbeat of the city. And one, taller, darker, untouched by age or chisel, left eternally vacant. It was said the hollow god himself once sat there, shaping decrees with a voice that could still storms. Here he had judged, forgiven, commanded. His presence had been so profound that the stone still seemed to lean toward that empty throne, as if waiting to hear his song again. No one spoke of it now, but everyone felt it. Each order stood arrayed beneath its emblem. The voice ecclesia, clad in blue and silver, hymn priests and scripture binders with eyes closed in half prayer. The arm of judgment, crimson-robed commanders of the law, wearing their blades sheathed in white. The harmonarchs, adorned in sigils and copper-threaded vestments, whose ranks kept the lattice alive through ritual tending and divine circuitry. The choir tribunal, keepers of names and ranks, voices of edict and trial. The knights resonant, represented by Haldrin alone. The air was tense with restraint. Formality bound the room in taut silence. A voice acolyte stood beneath the thrones and spoke the ceremonial summons. All orders stand. Let the record mark the 5th cycle, 93rd echo. The seat of the hollow remains vacant, as willed. The orders gather. Let those who hold truth step forward. Haldren stepped into the center of the chamber. He did not bow. He did not sing. He said, "The breaches are accelerating." A ripple, not a sound, but a shift in breath. The harmonics in the room faltered by just a note. Haldren unrolled the scroll Solon had given him. Confirmed lattice fractures at the eastern outpost, a god spire reduced to slag, ritual marks at the site, intentional containment fires, and harmonic distortion were measured in triple resonance pulses. This was not natural. This was not decay. This was orchestration. A member of the choir tribunal interrupted. "You name it a conspiracy?" Haldren raised his gaze. "I name it design." He let the silence grow. "And the 13th voice?" he said finally, stood at the center of it. Not by coincidence, but because they were meant to see. From the upper tier, a figure in Harmonarch green whispered behind closed fingers. Another turned their head toward the empty throne, and in that moment the room felt one breath away from dissonance. "Design implies intention," came a cold voice from the choir tribunal. "Whose design, Haldren?" "Your knight captain's." Another, from the arm of judgment. "We've seen marks before, murals in blood." Ash turned to meaning, and every time, illusion. But then a new voice rose, measured, solemn, from the voice ecclesia. "The cult is no illusion. I have heard their chants below the ash tunnels. They draw circles in the prayer houses. My singers cleanse what they can, what the Harmonarchs ignore." Haldren turned his head slowly. 5 companies report the same. 2 men from the 9th, gone. The 5th found fire without heat, flames that did not burn flesh but silenced resonance. Even the 2nd, golden-laced and guarded, lost a psalmist to ritual echoing in the grinders. He let that hang in the room. This is not decay. It is a song rewritten, a liturgy we did not author. The Harmonarchs shifted, one stepping forward in a robe etched with lattice diagrams. "You imply heresy, Preceptor. You imply sabotage." "No," Haldren said. "I imply learning. They know how to wound the lattice. They've learned how to unstring the very resonance we built our world upon." The choir tribunal scoffed. "Then disband the 13th. They are an anomaly. Cut the discordant note." "They are not the discord," said the voice ecclesia. "They are the warning bell." Voices rose. Blame passed like a baton, never held, always thrown. Judgment demanded martial law. The Harmonarchs called for sacred reanointment. The tribunal whispered of secrecy and scapegoats. Haldren shook his head and said quietly, "Again they ask who to blame, not how to listen." He stepped back as the room turned toward the empty throne. Someone muttered, just loud enough, "If he were still among us." Silence, reverent, terrified. A speaker of the chamber rose, staff of office ringing once against the floor. "Enough. Let witnesses be named. One from each order. Let the truth be sung, not speculated." Haldren's voice was barely a whisper as he turned from the chamber. "They want symbols, not solutions." The last echoes of the council's decree faded into the lattice-tuned stone, leaving only the faint hum of the dome's under-resonance. Grand Attunant Errol Varn, robed in copper-trimmed cloth that shimmered faintly with embedded chant metal, stepped slowly through the eastern gate of the chamber. His breath was shallow. His stride was uneven. He leaned heavily on a staff of twisted brass, a relic said to house a still living frequency. At his side walked low Harmite Vale, barely past his 16th cycle, hands clasped in ceremonial respect. His eyes darted between Errol's faltering steps and the quiet judgment of passing tribunal clerks. "You should not have stood so long, Grand Attenant," Vale said softly. "I will not let the council forget we still have ears," Varn replied, "even if ours are the only ones that still listen." They descended the long arch corridor leading to the Harmonarch sanctum, a structure half buried in the bones of the crucible. Machines of worship pulsed within its spires. Gears spun not from oil, but from chant. Along the walls, copper pipes coiled like veins, carrying soft resonance pulses from one end of the city to the other. Each node they passed flickered with light as Errol moved by, acknowledging his harmonic imprint. "Do you believe it?" Vale asked. "That the fire could wound the lattice?" Errol paused. "The lattice is not flesh. It sings. And yes, fire can mute a song." They passed a giant conduit cradle, its housing a woven sphere of glass and bone metal, dormant now. "I remember when this one sang," Errol murmured. "A tone so pure it stopped hearts for miles. Now it only listens." Vale kept pace, his fingers brushing the conduit's edge. "They said the breach fires leave no true flame, that it's not combustion, it's erasure." The Grand Attunant gave a weary nod. "They burn not to destroy, but to silence. Ritual fire, sacred disruption. And still we call them mad." They reached the sanctum gates, two great doors carved not with saints, but schematics, layered so deeply into the metal that they shifted when struck by light. "Why do we guard things we no longer understand?" Vale asked, almost to himself. Errol didn't answer right away. He placed his palm on the gate, and the locks responded, not with a click, but a harmonic pulse. The doors opened. Inside, the sanctum was lit by songlight, sound-formed illumination cast through suspended tone prisms. Choirites walked in silence. Nulltones knelt in alcoves, unmoving. As they entered the grand chamber, Vale saw the pulse beacon at the center flicker irregularly. Just once. "Grandmaster?" he asked. Errol's eyes narrowed. "There are voices in the machine," he said softly. "Not ours. Not yet." Choirite Sultran found them just as they turned from the grand chamber. He bowed low, his copper sleeves brushing the polished tone glass floor. "Grand Attenant, it is a matter of record if it pleases you, privately." Errol Varn turned his head slowly. "You've tuned the readings. I've verified the harmonic collapse within the sanctuary mechanism." Vale looked up at his master, unsure. Errol gave a short nod. "Vale, begin the null-tone invocations. I'll join you at the second bell." "Yes, Grandmaster." Vale bowed and departed in silence. Sultran waited until the boy was gone before speaking again. The chamber didn't fail. It was overwritten. They passed through a veil of silence into the chamber of still light. No resonance was allowed here. Sound died before it could be born. The room was carved from obsidian-veined stone, etched with suppression glyphs, lit only by the muted pulse of a dormant lattice conduit in the wall. Sultran placed a codex scroll between them. Its seal shimmered in a warning tone, visible only to those trained to see it. The chorus still believes the hologod's retreat was divine rest, but the chamber was more than a sanctuary. It was a function, stabilized harmonic re-entry, artificial alignment. Errol Varn did not speak. Sultran lowered his voice further. One of the junior Harmates adjusted the primary synchron line, an old rite, meant to recalibrate the tones. He thought it would help cleanse the air in the upper cloisters. Instead, it severed the root note. The body decayed instantly. Errol closed his eyes. He was not meant to wake again. Was he truly divine? Saltran asked, almost breathless. Errol turned to face the reliquary in the corner of the room, its frame wrapped in hymn copper and sealed with prayer-line sigils. A hollow casing sat within, cracked faintly along the inner rim. "I believe," Errol said carefully, "that he knew more than we could hold, and that knowledge carried a weight heavier than any blessing." He looked down at Saltran. "Do not share this with the Ecclesia, not yet. Let them believe the silence was sacred." Saltran nodded. "As you command, Grand Attunant." As the choir rite departed, Errol remained in the stillness. He placed his hand on the sealed reliquary and whispered, "Even gods die, but not all leave graves." Chapter 8. The Silence That Listens. The village lay cradled in the roots of broken towers, old-world ruins reclaimed by moss and patience. Trees grew through shattered windows. Vines swallowed the skeletons of ancient posts once used to bear lanterns. The sky shimmered dimly, fractured not by the lattice, but by weathered clouds and a wounded atmosphere, like a hymn trying to echo through silence. Here the wind moved gently. So did the people. They farmed by hand, pulled water from springs lined with copper, never hunted, never shouted. The old songs were lullabies now, sung low when the sun dipped behind the cliffs. No resonance tools, no armaments, no council decrees, only quiet. The fields belonged to all, though it was Mistress Errol who oversaw the planting rows, her voice soft but certain, directing children to gather stones from the furrows. Elder Corin tended the grain store, checking carefully for weevils by lantern light, and sealing the bins against the damp. A trio of older boys mended the irrigation ditches with clay pulled from the riverbanks, cracking jokes in whispers so low you could barely hear them. No one raised their voice. If a child fell, others rushed to help before tears could bloom, lest a wail risk stirring something best left asleep. Even the dogs were trained to bark only once, then fall silent. At the edge of the village, a simple circle of polished stones marked their gathering place. Here they shared news, repaired baskets, and sang the old melodies just above a hum, enough to remember who they were, but never enough to pierce the veil. In this fragile hush, they had built their own strength, a strength of stillness, born not of cowardice, but of profound respect for the rhythms that lay beyond their valley. And in that quiet lived a girl who did not quite fit. Luara ran barefoot along the stone spine of a collapsed bridge, arms out, balanced perfectly. She was small and quick, her dark hair wild behind her like smoke. Her eyes caught everything: the flutter of leaves, the ripple in a nearby puddle, the shimmer in the distance when the wind hummed just right. She didn't speak. Couldn't. But she made herself known. Sometimes when the babies cried in the night, she would slip quietly into the communal nursery, kneeling by their cradles. She would place a hand just above their tiny bellies, humming nothing at all, just letting the calm within her spread. Within moments, the children stopped fussing, their breath falling into easy rhythm. Even the village dogs, wary and sharp-eared, would quiet when she passed, their tails thumping low instead of barking. A sparrow once caught in a woven snare trembled in her palms until she focused, gently breathing with it until its frantic wings slowed enough to slip free. Early that morning, she had climbed the old bell tower again. Not to ring it, never that, but to peer through its broken frame toward the east, toward the crucible. She left small figures carved from driftwood along the steps, little guardians, each carefully shaped. She felt the world's hum in her bones, and in her small way tried to answer it. The villagers called her strange, sweet but odd. Touched by silence, some whispered. Walks like she's listening for a voice we don't hear. She didn't disrupt their peace. Not exactly, but her presence pressed at it. Gently, persistently. They had always watched her carefully, ever since the day she was born. It had been a stormless night, quiet as a breath, when a breach shimmered at the village's edge, a rift smaller than those that devoured cities, but still monstrous enough to tear the world's rhythm. As her mother labored, a hollowborn began to push through, its resonance black as hunger, but the breach collapsed in on itself at the last instant, creating a null harmonic echo that pulsed through every stone and bone nearby. Luara was delivered minutes later, silent but alive, wrapped in the hush of that collapse. They called her half-born of silence, a child carrying the stillness of a broken breach. Mute, yet undeniably resonant. As she grew, resonance fields seemed to lean toward her, almost as if she calmed them by existing. They loved her, but always with a sliver of fear, wondering if she might draw the hollowborn back someday. That was the price of surviving in a world built on song. It was beginning to draw attention. That evening, as dusk pulled its heavy cloak over the valley, a soundless ripple broke across the edge of the fields. A shimmer, a flicker, like an old wound reopening. The wind turned sharp, carrying a taste of iron. Then a shape, thin as torn cloth, stepped from the shadows of a half-buried ruin. Its edges wavered, dripping threads of darkness that pulsed like exposed veins. It did not roar or shriek. It simply was, standing wrong in the world, its presence leaking a resonance so sour it curdled the marrow. The very air around it bent, colors dimming, as if refusing to name what had arrived. Luara felt it before she saw it, felt the discord tearing at her gift, pulling at the calm she radiated like a fragile candle struggling against a storm. Someone screamed! That was enough. The creature twitched, head cocked at a sickening angle, drawn to the spike of terror. Villagers fled, dropping baskets, overturning water pails, children clutching their mothers as the ground seemed to tremble. Luara stepped forward without thinking, bare feet crunching dry earth, and let her presence push outward, a wave of steadiness that met the horror's broken song. The thing recoiled, twisted once as if in protest, then collapsed in on itself, dissolving into a thin smear of silence. But the damage was done. Fear had bloomed. Whispers carried on the dusk breeze. "It followed her," someone rasped. "She draws them?" No one was hurt, but no one would ever look at her the same again. Luara stood frozen, breathing hard, unable to speak, unable to explain that she had kept them safe all these cycles without ever knowing how. That evening, her parents sat in their modest home beneath the carved beams of olden steel and resin wood. A hearth cracked gently in the corner, the flames low. Her mother stirred broth in silence, hand tight on the spoon. Her father worked a blade of wood into a farming tool, eyes thoughtful. Luara sat on the stairs just out of view, knees pulled to her chest. "She's past the age now," her mother said at last. "She was never chosen. Maybe that's best. It means she stays." Her father's carving slowed. "She's not meant to stay. You see her. She's a chord we've tried to dampen, and she keeps ringing. And what? Let her be taken? Let the crucible chew her like it did your cousin? Number, we survive because we are still, because we don't sing like they do." Luara pressed her head to her knees. Her fingers curled into the fabric of her tunic. Not from pain, from knowing. 3 soft knocks. Her parents stiffened. No one knocked like that unless it was the village council. 2 elders entered, robes the color of dust, hands folded in peace. "We've spoken with the other families," one said. "The girl is kind, gentle, but she disturbs the stillness." Her mother stood. "She doesn't mean harm. She walks alone. She watches the sky too much. She mimics the night's rituals. She doesn't speak." Her father added, "It's not the voice, it's the echo." They left warnings cloaked in grace, but the words rang like a funeral bell. That night, Luara rose after the fire died down. She moved carefully, heart pounding with a strange, heavy certainty. She slipped on a shawl, its edge still smelling faintly of ash and old lavender, and padded barefoot to her father's workbench. There, among the shavings and unfinished handles, lay a small carved trinket, a sleeping bird he'd once made to teach her patience with the knife. She cradled it in her palm for a moment, then tucked it into her belt like a tiny charm against the unknown. She paused at the threshold of their home, eyes roaming across the quiet hearth, the woven baskets, the worn floor that had caught countless childhood scuffs. Part of her wanted to step back, to curl up on the stairs and stay safe under her mother's worried gaze. But the taste of fear still clung to the walls, the villagers' voices after the breach, the elders' warnings, and she knew there was no place for her here anymore. With a trembling breath, she set her ribbon on the windowsill. A final note, wordless, in place of goodbye. Then she stepped out beneath the stars. The night air was cold on her face, sharp and bracing. Beyond the village lay the hills, and beyond them a world she could only imagine. But she would go to meet it, because staying was no longer living. The girl the village tried to silence, and whose calm had protected them all this time, walked into a world that sang. Chapter 9. A Dissonant Thread. The summons had come just before dawn, carried on a cord struck so precisely it rattled the barracks walls. Huldrin had spoken little. A harmonic beacon out past the lower reach had gone silent, its last echoes stained by what the harmonarchs called unresolved dissonance. Some feared a breach. Others feared the cult. "Confirm. Cleanse if you must," Huldrin had ordered, his eyes steady on Solon. "This is no simple patrol." The 13th moved like a shadow across the barren plain, their strides even, the wind tugging at their cloaks. The land here was wide and broken, an empty stretch between ancient collapse and stubborn regrowth. Long-forgotten roads veined the earth like scars. Tarn grumbled under his breath about the pace. Mira scanned the horizon. Eerie walked slightly apart, her eyes half-lidded in quiet focus. They were not tense. Not yet. Jeren moved beside Solon, his usual half-grin subdued by dust and silence. Then Baron raised a hand. A shape, distant, stood atop a crumbled stone, watching. Small, human, alone. "Village folk?" Mira asked, squinting. Solon narrowed his eyes. "Likely. There's farmland east of here." "No threat," Irie confirmed softly. "No song. No echo." They kept walking. The figure didn't move. Villagers sometimes watched the patrols. Curiosity was harmless. But still, Solon felt the tickle of unease along his ribs. There was no pull, no breach signature, no resonance flux. But something in the girl's posture was wrong. Too steady. Too knowing. The squad passed rust-worn husks of buildings leaning like broken teeth, the earth trying to swallow them again with creeping roots and wind-blown moss. Long-forgotten marks, letters in a language no one living could read, still clung to the walls, half-choked by lichen. Where roads had once carried thousands, now only dust shifted, silent and stubborn. It left a residue on their boots, fine as powdered bone. Later that day, They reached a small outcropping of stone and metal where two fractured pillars rose like teeth from the earth. Between them stood a weathered postbox, an ancient fixture repurposed by harmonarch hands and sanctified by choir rites. Its copper panels had gone green with age, humming gently as if remembering messages no one alive could decode. Even the air there felt stale, like a prayer too long unspoken. Solon rested his hand on the top of the box, grounding himself, eyes drifting back toward the distant silhouette. Still there, still watching. A checkpoint. Not fortified, but known. Here patrols could leave reports for pickup. Communications passed in tone script, etched into resonance wafers that hummed softly when read by trained hands. Solon knelt to check the most recent wafer. Quiet for weeks, he muttered. No surprise, said Baron. These far stretches stay silent unless something's very wrong. Mira looked out over the plain again. She's still there. The girl was seated now, barely a silhouette, still watching. She hasn't moved in hours, Irie said, her voice a shade more curious than concerned. Solon stood, brushing dust from his knees. He didn't give orders, didn't shift his stance. But his eyes lingered on the distant figure just a moment too long. Something hummed at the edge of his perception, like a note he'd almost forgotten but could still recall if he reached for it. There was no breach signature, no threat, but the air around her felt altered, softer somehow, as if the world itself bent a little to her rhythm. Why is she following us? The question gnawed at him. Patrol routes were not public. There were no signals or chants to guide a civilian to their path. Yet there she was, seated calmly on broken stone, eyes never leaving them. He tried to name the feeling it stirred. Protectiveness, maybe, or recognition. Something old and wordless, rooted in a part of him that had survived the first note, and all the trials since. Who are you? He couldn't ask it aloud, but the shape of the question weighed on his chest, heavy as a blade. She's no danger, he said. Leave her be. Baron, tapping the flat of his blade against the pillar, glanced sideways. Odd silence from you, Jiren. Usually you'd have 5 jokes by now. Jiren didn't answer immediately. His jaw tightened, eyes still on the horizon. Maybe the silence is finally catching. Say it again, Jiren snapped, turning. His voice cut sharper than expected, like a blade drawn half in grief. The resonance in his chest flared, uncontrolled, vibrating the very air around them. Baron blinked. I said say it again! His shout fractured the stillness like a hammer through glass. The world seemed to hold its breath. Even the wind faltered. Solon could almost taste the dissonance blooming from Jiraean, raw, jagged, echoing with loss and something dangerously close to hate. Baron's eyes went wide, shoulders tightening as if the note might leap across the space and strike him. Irie flinched, one hand unconsciously shifting to the tuning ring at her wrist, the only thing she trusted to hold her voice steady in a moment like this. Solon stepped between them without raising a hand. He felt the ripple of Jiraean's emotion brushing against his harmonic field. A dissonant resonance, strong enough to draw the world's attention if left unchecked. The tension snapped, not from fear, but from recognition. Enough, Solon said quietly, steadying his voice into a calm that bordered on a prayer. We are not here to echo pain. The others fell still. Here, outside the lattice, every resonant knew the truth. Emotion could become an invitation. Rage, despair, even uncontrolled joy, each held the potential to ripple the veil. It was why they trained in calm, in discipline, and it was why what happened next chilled the marrow. In that moment of fractured rhythm, when camaraderie gave way to dissonance, the air trembled. Not from sound, not from the wind, but from feeling, a resonance so sharp it scored the silence. Not a threat, not yet. But something had heard Jerayan, and it remembered the note. The squad moved on, wary now. Erie's hand trembled slightly as she adjusted the tuning ring on her wrist. Tarn's stance was too wide, Mira's scan too tight. Even Berun's humor was nowhere to be found. They had trained for this. They had walked outside the lattice many times, but they had also been taught what it meant when the air began to listen. "What's wrong with the wind?" Mira muttered. "It's slower." "It's not the wind," Irie whispered. From the edge of the plain, the world tilted. It didn't scream. It didn't roar. But the veil peeled, just, and the Hollowborn stepped through. They didn't fall from the sky or rise from the ground. They became out of shimmer, shadow, and emotional residue. 4 shapes first, then more. Humanoid, but with blank mouths and eyes like smothered stars. Dissonant armor clung to them like sound-given rust. Solon didn't speak. He lifted his blade, letting its quiet hum settle through the air like a command. "Form the ring," Jerayan snapped, already shifting forward. The breaker, born to fracture and overwhelm. Tarn, their warden, braced at the forward arc, his deep resonance anchoring the formation like a shield wall of pure tone. Mira, the percussor, pivoted behind him, her light, rapid strikes designed to break enemy rhythm in half. Irie took the far flank. The Seeker, her gift already threading strands of possible futures, searching for the surest note to survive the next measure. Kevin stepped smoothly to Solon's other side, the augur, flicking his harmonics and casting the first protective field. A harmonic dome strong enough to mute any resonance shock that might break their unity. And Solon stood at the center, the hymnbinder, keeping them in tempo, their hearts tied to his pulse. Each roll moved in perfect measure, drilled so many times it had become muscle-deep memory. Solon had built them to be a chord, each player essential, each note irreplaceable. He felt a surge of pride, even now, knowing they would stand their ground as long as breath and rhythm remained in them. Beyond the ring, the veil quivered, waiting. The Hollowborn hit hard. One lashed forward, a sweeping slash of antitone bursting from its hands, shattering Mira's focus like glass. The backlash caught her across the shoulder, a vibration so sharp it seared through muscle before she could harden her cord. She staggered, teeth gritted, fighting to keep the song alive. A ripple of fear surged up Berun's spine as another creature screeched without sound, a null-frequency howl that tore his breath away and rattled the bones of his jaw. Tarn roared, pure bass resonance rolling through his chest, and slammed forward with a shoulder charge that crushed 2 Hollowborn into collapsing echoes, their forms discarding bits of memory and hate like falling leaves. But more poured through the shimmering rent in the veil, shapes formed of static and sorrow, their blank mouths opening in a chorus of nothing. One leapt at Irie, claws outstretched. She twisted aside barely in time, but a graze across her ribs sent a discordant tremor through her entire field, threatening to pull her into a panic loop. "This isn't a patrol wave!" Mira shouted, recovering just enough to loose a shattering pulse at the next creature's chest, bursting it into grey dust. "They're feeding on the fracture!" Irie cried, voice ragged with effort. Solon moved with precision, each strike tuned to harmonic inversion, his blade singing counterchords that split the Hollowborn in 2. But for every one he ended, 2 more emerged, built from the squad's scattered fear. Savan tried to hold the dome stable, but a glancing strike from a Hollowborn's claw left his harmonics cracked, blood seeping from one ear. They were surrounded. The veil pulsed, answering their turmoil, each heartbeat echoing like a prayer too slow to be heard. They were overwhelmed. Then silence. Not an absence of sound, a weight, a counter-resonance, like something smoothing the frequencies, dulling the fear. The Hollowborn staggered, and from the bluff above them, a small figure descended. Calm, measured. It was the girl, Luara. She walked not with command, but with presence. Her feet barely disturbed the dust. Her gaze was open, but unafraid. Around her the air thickened, not with threat, but with absence. The wind died, cut clean. Echoes choked on themselves. Even the dust in the air seemed to hesitate, grains of sand hanging motionless as if awaiting permission to fall. The Hollowborn faltered as they neared her. Their twisted forms flickered like candle flames doused by a sudden vacuum. Their shrieks bent inward, devoured before the world could hear them. Luara lifted a hand, not in violence but in stillness. A wave of muted resonance pulsed outward. Not strong, not bright, but final, like the hush after a death knell or the moment between lightning and thunder. The Hollowborn crumbled in that calm, unraveling in silence too complete to resist. Their hatred could find no foothold, no discord to feed upon, and so they withered, dissolving back into the nothing that had made them. They didn't die. They forgot themselves. One by one, they unraveled, their hatred unable to sustain form in her presence. The squad stared, still in formation, weapons half lowered, unable to speak. The air itself refused to carry their breath, as if the entire plain had been dipped in glass. Their harmonic fields sputtered, starved for a vibration they could no longer sense. Even Irie's gift, tuned to the faintest future hums, fell flat and hollow. Solon was the first to move, though it felt like swimming through a suffocating hush. He stepped toward her slowly, sheathing his blade. His voice stayed low, but even that seemed to fade as soon as it left his lips. "Who are you?" Luara didn't answer. She couldn't. But her gaze didn't waver, calm and steady as a lullaby remembered from another lifetime. Around her, the stillness held, so profound that it felt eternal, as though they would never again remember the gift of resonance, never again taste the comfort of a note carried on the wind. And in that terrible hush, something passed between them. Not knowledge, not a command, recognition. Solon felt the shape of it deep in his bones. This child had undone a breach without striking, without speaking, without singing. And in doing so, she had reminded the world of a deeper silence, one that even the Hollowborn could not bear. The veil stilled, and for a moment, the world forgot how to scream. Chapter 10. The Breath Between. The Hollowborn were gone, but their absence echoed louder than their presence. The squad remained still, weapons down, but minds still on fire. Every instinct screamed that they should still be fighting, still be running. But the battlefield was quiet. Too quiet. Luara gave a shy, exhausted smile, and then her knees buckled. Solon caught her before she hit the ground. "She's burning up," Irie said, crouching beside him. "That took everything she had." Baron exhaled slowly. "You saw what she did, right? That wasn't a push, that was a silence." Tarn scanned the sky, his voice low. "Doesn't matter. We're out in the open. We just lit a signal loud enough to wake the stars." "We shouldn't linger," Mira agreed. "The veil's thin, and we've broken rhythm." "Nearest beacon?" Solon asked. Sevan responded without hesitation. "An old choir outpost, still marked on the route. If the harmonics are stable, we can rest. Transmit a report." "She's not our burden," Jeren said, voice clipped. "We've got enough to carry." Solon didn't even look at him. "She comes with us." A few paces of silence. Then Berun nodded. "She saved our lives. That makes her one of us as far as I care. Jiren said nothing. Tarn lifted Loara gently, cradling her like a brother would a wounded sibling. In his arms she looked impossibly small, barely a wisp of a girl against the breadth of his chest and the thick, corded strength of his arms. She weighed no more than a doll in his grasp, light enough that he scarcely needed both hands to steady her. Her breathing was soft, but even. They began to move. No formation, no fanfare. Just 7 resonant knights and a silent girl, walking across dust toward the edge of something none of them could name. And far ahead, past twisted pylons and broken sky beams, flickered the light of the old choir post. One more night bought. But none of them could shake the feeling they had just sung the first note of something much larger. The outpost came into view beneath a pale green dusk, half buried in stone, its spires barely rising above the sunken ridge. A single, flickering light glowed from the central spire. Not holy fire, just a worn resonance lamp that hadn't failed in its lonely duty. Kevin was the first to reach the old relay. He brushed the dust from its face and touched the glyph panel with a soft intonation. The stone hummed back, faint but alive. "It still sings," he said. Baron helped Tarn lower Loara gently onto one of the stone benches within the half-buried walls. She didn't wake, but her breathing had evened. Mira scouted the perimeter. No signs of recent use. We're the first in cycles. Jiren stood apart, arms crossed, eyes on the girl. Berun noticed. "You've been quiet." "So have you," Jiren muttered. "It's different when you do it." Berun said, not unkindly. Something passed through Jiren's eyes, then vanished. "She's not supposed to exist." "Neither is this war," Berun replied. Inside, Solon stood before the ancient sigil wall, one that had once relayed status updates back to the Crucible through long-lost choir harmonics. He ran his fingers along its edge. "I don't know what she is," he said, "but the veil responded to her, like it knew her." Tarn looked over. "You think she's Hollowborn?" "No," Solon said, "something opposite." "She didn't strike," Irie whispered. "She soothed." "She calmed the resonance itself." Mira added, "I didn't think that was possible." Solon nodded slowly. "We'll rest until nightfall. Then we move." Kevin gestured towards the beacon. "Send word?" "Not yet," Solon said. "Let her wake. Let her speak." They gathered in the shadow of the ruined outpost's interior ring. The outpost's protective resonance was old, thin, but holding, like a whisper of safety echoing from the past. Seven returned from a circuit around the spire. "The outer field's unstable," he reported. "We force movement tonight. We risk a veil fracture." Mira frowned. "Didn't we just unfracture it?" "No," Kevin said, tapping his harmonizer. "We just didn't fall in." Berun threw a piece of bread to Tarn, who caught it without looking. "So we're staying." "We have to stay," Irie said gently, glancing toward Loara. "Even if the veil wasn't cracked, she's not strong enough to travel." "She shouldn't be with us," Jiren muttered, just loud enough to be heard. "She is," Solon replied flatly. "And we're not leaving her behind." "Not asking you to," Jiren said. "Just wondering when we became shepherds." Berun chuckled dryly. "About the time the world went mad." They fell into silence again. Outside, the dusk deepened into bruised blue. The choir post's beacon flickered once, twice, and then steadied, casting long, soft shadows against the broken stone. Somewhere in the ruins, a bell chime echoed, not from the post, but from memory. Irie sat beside Loara, watching her sleep. She's not like us, she said to no one in particular. She's not like anything, Mira whispered. Solon remained standing, arms crossed, facing outward, toward the dark. She's a pause, he said quietly, a breath between notes. The choir post stood quiet, a single flame holding back the dark, and something just beyond the horizon, listening. The sun cracked the edge of the world with a dull shimmer, spilling pale gold over the ruined choir post. The squad roused one by one, groggy, slow to stretch, armor dew-covered. But the scent of something fresh pulled them into full consciousness. Baron sat up, blinking. Is that food? They looked toward the central fire pit, rebuilt, relit, stabilized. Loara crouched beside it, turning a stone-plated skillet that sizzled with sliced root vegetables and herbs. Native flora, stuff they'd never touch outside survival drills. Mira raised an eyebrow. She foraged and cooked. Field rations aren't going to taste the same again, Kevin murmured. Loara turned to them with a bright, hopeful smile. She nodded once, an eager, wordless greeting, and then gestured for them to sit. Tarn chuckled. Well, I was hungry. They gathered slowly, eyeing the strange breakfast with suspicion, then cautious appreciation. She's been busy, Eerie said, kneeling beside her. Didn't even wake us. Loara nodded again, then stood and dusted off her hands. When Berun asked her name, she hesitated. Then she stepped over to a patch of ash, knelt, and began to write with a twig. 3 words, I am silent. A hush fell over the squad. Even Juraean said nothing. Solon approached gently. That your name? Or your truth? She only smiled. Moments later she was up again, folding a tarp, tying bundles, checking one of the squad's broken belts, and mending it with a vine twist she found nearby. She means to stay, Mira said, watching her work. She saved our lives. Berun reminded. I'd say she's earned some say. She's still just a girl, Jeren muttered. A girl who held back the dark, Irie replied. Solon looked between them, then toward the path home. We'll take her to the city, he said. Let the orders decide. Loara paused mid-motion. Her eyes flicked to him, wounded, not angry. You won't be with us, Jeren added flatly. Her face fell. She didn't cry, didn't beg, but her shoulders lowered, like a chord releasing its final note. Solon watched her carefully, and in his chest something shifted. We'll see, he said, then turned back toward the rising sun. The sun had climbed higher, gilding the wilds in streaks of copper and white. The squad walked in loose formation, Loara just behind Eerie, weaving footfalls with quiet determination. They didn't speak much. The path between beacon points was long, and the echoes of the breach still clung to the horizon like the scent of burnt steel. Somewhere along a narrow pass, Mira's posture shifted. Feel that? She asked. Kevin nodded. Harmonics are heavy, but not broken. They paused. A moment later, a wind passed through them, sharp, dry, discordant. A flock of duskbirds burst from a nearby ridge, shrieking in a pitch that sent a cold ripple down every spine. Solon raised his hand. The squad halted instantly. Jeren's hand hovered near his blade, but Loara did not flinch. Instead, she stepped forward slowly, reached down, pressed one hand against the dirt, and hummed. No sound escaped her lips, but the gesture was enough. The birds' shrieks fell silent. Their formation softened into gentle spirals. The air calmed. A long, still silence. Eerie whispered, She soothed the field. Kevin murmured. She felt the resonance shift before it peaked. Baron looked over his shoulder. That's not something you teach. Tarn only nodded once. She belongs. Hours later, they reached the edge of the crucible. Loara stopped at the crest of the last hill, eyes wide. The city unfurled before her like a hymn made of stone. Tower upon tower, ancient glass spires stitched with iron vines. Bridges are built on the bones of highways. Beacon lights glimmered like starlight caught in a cage. Smoke. Song. Chaos. Life. She stepped forward slowly, awestruck. Her whole body seemed to lean toward the sound of it. Tarn placed a hand on her shoulder. Careful. It's louder than it looks. They descended the slope and approached the gate, a towering arch carved from the hulls of old machines. Choir guards stood silent as statues, their helms etched with echo runes. As they passed through, one of the wards flared faintly near Loara. She flinched. Baron gave her a reassuring nod. Just old stones. They're more bark than bite. The guards said nothing, but their eyes lingered. Within the city, Loara's wonder deepened, and so did her caution. Market alleys sang with barter hymns, children clapped rhythms on gutter drums. A resonant procession passed them, chanting down a side street with eyes aglow. Loara's eyes devoured everything. They reached the outer ring of the training grounds. Other knights turned to see the 13th's return. Some nodded, others whispered. No one stopped them. And Loara, walking just behind Solon, didn't once hesitate. Not until the barracks doors opened, and the silence inside welcomed her like a home she'd never had. Loara sat quietly on a bench near the barracks' inner courtyard, her hands folded in her lap. The squad had dispersed, each to their post-return rituals, gear to be stowed, armor to be inspected, reports to be filed. But one absence became quickly noticeable. "Where's Jerayan?" Mira asked, returning from the armory. Berun frowned. "Haven't seen him since we came through the gate." Solon didn't answer immediately. He was watching Loara, who sat so still she might have been carved from the same stone as the bench beneath her. Then gently he approached her. "We'll find you a place to rest," he said. "Somewhere quiet. You've earned that much." She tilted her head but said nothing. Just that same curious, watching expression. "Do you have family?" Solon asked. "Anyone waiting for you out there?" Her eyes lowered. Then she shook her head. Solon exhaled. "Didn't think so." Baron returned, arms crossed. "We've got a few spare cots in the old East Wing. Not much privacy, but it's safe. Sound dampened, too." "That'll do," Solon said. "She stays, for now." "I'll see to it." Berun nodded, walking off. Loara looked around. At the courtyard, the doors, the banners fluttering with faint harmonic fields overhead. Her eyes caught on every flicker of motion, every hum in the walls. She wasn't overwhelmed. She was attuned. Solon crouched in front of her. "You're going to need to speak, somehow. People won't understand silence here." She tilted her head again, then held up her hands as if to say, "What can I do?" Mira walked over, holding a small palm-sized device. "Still have friends among the harmonics?" She said. "Found this in one of the old relay bins." The device looked like a worn communion glyph, but it hummed faintly with stored resonance. Loara took it gingerly. When her fingers brushed the runes, the glyph shifted, intoning a faint sound, a layered chime. She might be able to teach it. Mira said, "Shape it, use the tones." Solon watched Loara closely. Not speech, but sound. It's a start. Loara turned the device in her hands. Then she smiled. She tapped the glyph once more. This time the sound was closer to a name, a pulse, a hum. Not words, but a voice. Berun returned a moment later, jerking a thumb over his shoulder. "Room's ready." Solon stood and offered a hand. Luara took it, and together they walked inside. "You're going to need a name if you're staying with us," Solon said as he led the girl, still unsure of what to make of her. Despite everything. Berun approached, having just finished setting up her space in the east wing. "I say we call her Crumb." Solon arched a brow. "Crumb?" "She followed us for hours on patrol, like a breadcrumb trail marking where we'd been," Berun said, matter of fact. Felt fitting. Solon glanced at the girl. "Crumb, is that okay with you?" Luara nodded enthusiastically, clearly delighted to be included, even if the name was half a joke. Then, with a quick motion, she knelt and wrote a word in the dust. Luara. Berun and Solon leaned in to read it. Luara. Berun said thoughtfully, "I still like Crumb better." Luara smiled, unbothered, and without hesitation she rose and followed Solon toward her new home and whatever might come next. Interlude. Dissonance. Fault line. I ran, not from the hollow god, but from what I did to him. They say the rejuvenation sanctum was sacred, that every tone, every light, every flicker of the lattice that arched overhead had been blessed by the first choir. But I know what it was. Delicate, old, fragile in the way all beautiful things are just before they break. And I broke it. I was the youngest harmonarch ever to be granted tuning rights in the sanctum. Chosen for clarity, they said. Precision. I'd spent 11 cycles studying the lattice hum and the breath intervals of our deepest chords. I could attune an ancient lumen crown with one hand and still keep pitch in my throat. The morning they promoted me, I wept. The old masters said it was a sign of attunement, that tears could be sacred. But the gods don't cry. Not the real ones. It was the third chamber cycle of the week. There was no variation in the flow chart, just a slight taper in the central resonance band. Routine. I adjusted the prism to match what I had always been taught. Just a minor correction, less than a quarter shift. And then I left. 2 days later, they found him. The hollow god was dead. Not collapsed, not corrupted. Desiccated. As if he'd been gone for weeks, maybe months. They said it was impossible. The systems should have sustained him, should have sung him whole, should have worked. I knew why they didn't. I packed nothing, took no records, just left my harmonics behind and walked until the city was a smear on the horizon. They'd call it heresy, treason, disharmony of the highest order. But I didn't run because I feared punishment. I ran because I couldn't bear to hear the sound of the world without him. I live now in a broken spire, part of some relay that no longer rings. The wind here is loud, wild. I can't hear the lattice hum anymore. It doesn't reach this far, just static and bird song. Sometimes I see old ruins in the distance, roads swallowed by moss, towers like fingers grasping at nothing. At night, I hum the old training tones, just to keep my voice from forgetting. It's been 21 days. No one has come. They know. They must. But maybe they don't want the story to spread. Maybe it's easier if I vanish. Let the world believe he slipped away like mist. A mystery, a miracle. But I know better. And that knowing is a weight I can't lift. Tonight, I screamed. Not a song, not a chant, just rage. I screamed at the sky and the dead god and the choir and the sanctified machines. I screamed because there was no one left to listen. The ground answered. It cracked just a little. A shimmer of air folded wrong, and something leaned through. Not enough to breach, but enough to let me know. They heard. Maybe not the choir, but something else. I think this is my punishment. Not death, witness. And now, When I close my eyes, I hear it humming, not the lattice, not harmony, something deeper, something broken, and it sings my name. Dissonance. Malrin. He had once been called Brother Malrin of the Third Voice. That name was no longer sung. He had walked through the grand halls of the Crucible once, robes clean and posture straight, his harmonic blade worn but earned. A full resonant knight. Not a captain, not a prodigy, but one of the strongest voices in his cohort. He took his training seriously, memorized the canticles, honored the form. And still they cast him out. It had started small. A difference in interpretation. He held that resonance could be used not only to guard, but to warn. That certain frequencies revealed deeper truths, truths the choir avoided. He'd argued with his instructors, asked questions they called dangerous. Once, during a breach simulation, he held his ground too long against a hollow-born echo, not out of bravery but curiosity. He wanted to listen. They called it recklessness, disobedience. When he refused to kneel in apology before the tribunal, the Third Voice voted unanimously for his removal. He didn't scream, didn't plead. He walked away. The wilds did not welcome him, but they did not kill him either. Malrin wandered far beyond the veiled rim, through places even the knights marked as unsalvageable. He heard the wind shift around the dead stone. He heard silence stretch in unnatural places. And in time, he heard others. They were not knights. Some had failed the trials, some had never been called. But they had voices, cracked but present. A cacophony of broken chords. He listened, he taught, he sang back. And in time, they followed. What began as a scattered choir of outcasts became a movement. Not all of them could sing. Those who could not were still welcome. He called them Ashen, not an insult, but a reminder that even the remnants of flame could carry heat. The rest became something else entirely. The Violus. They did not resonate with the choir. They sang against it. Harmony was a lie, they believed. Order a cage. The world was meant to echo in layers, not unison. Malrin began to carve new symbols into his skin, not in pain, but in purpose. His chest bore a false stave, his back a broken staff. He no longer carried his old blade, only his voice. And they listened. Dissonance, the bridge, 2. They kept asking when it would be ready. General Vial didn't shout. He never needed to. Just stood at the edge of the lab with hands behind his back, letting the silence tighten until someone answered. Today, Dr. Tamek let someone else speak, one of the juniors. He nodded along, even smiled, as they recited the progress reports. But Vial looked at him. He always did. Afterward, when the lab cleared, Tamek lingered. He touched the surface of the lattice cradle, still inert, still veiled. The crystalline curve reflected his face in distorted symmetry. A ghost of who he would become. Perfect takes time, he reminded himself. Still calibrating frequency modulation curves. A voice said behind him. Tamek didn't turn. He didn't need to. Dr. Darren, his former peer, now assistant lead. Bright, affable, too curious for his own good. I noticed you rerouted a harmonic conduit through a closed-loop stabilizer. That's not standard. Not unless you're accounting for exponential phase escalation. Tamek smiled without warmth. Always so precise, Darren. You're not answering me. He turned then. We're approaching the edge of what's possible. The lattice is not a tool, it's a threshold. The bridge can't just function, it has to survive itself. Darren hesitated, then stepped closer. Tamek, I ran a model on your configuration. If you activate it with the current resonance parameters, and if your stabilizer kicks too late. He swallowed. You could unravel half the continental plate, not as a strike, as a collapse. Feedback. Tamek tilted his head. Is that what you think I'm building? Darren stared at him. I don't know what you're building. A pause. Then Tamek placed a hand gently on the younger man's shoulder. You've always been exceptional. Don't let fear rob you of it. That night, Tamek walked alone back to his apartment. The lights flickered as he entered, an old quirk in the power relay, unworthy of repair. He passed the military terminal, past the kitchen, and entered the hidden antechamber behind the false wall of books. There, his private lattice pulsed. Smaller, self-contained, complete. Not a weapon, a cocoon. The bridge would fall, the world would tear, but he would remain, because the world needed a voice, a god if that's what it would take, and gods always sang alone. Chapter 11. The Lost Note. Council Meeting. The morning sun had barely warmed the cracked stones of the training grounds when the summons arrived. Solon watched Loara from the shade of a leaning pillar, noting the way she carried buckets of fresh water between the practice dummies. She was lighter on her feet today, almost playful, content to help the others as though she'd belonged among them her entire life. He'd warned her gently not to stray far, but how could he explain the politics of the crucible to a girl who had never known its harsh harmonies? A hush fell across the yard. Two figures stepped through the archway, robed in layered cream and copper, cords of woven silver draped across their shoulders in the formal sign of a tribunal herald. Their presence cut through the night's quiet routine like a discordant chord. No guards accompanied them, but none were needed. Their bearing alone commanded the respect of the law. They carried a scroll of wax-sealed parchment, its edge inscribed with the choir tribunal's blessing. One unrolled it with a practiced flick of the wrist, and his voice boomed, Knight Captain Solon Veer of the 13th Voice, you are hereby commanded to present yourself and the foundling child under your charge before the council at midday, by harmonic decree. Solon tensed. Around him, the 13th shifted uneasily. Ari's mouth tightened. Mira's hand twitched toward her blade before thinking better of it. Loara froze. The bucket sloshed against her legs, water spilling over her bare feet. She looked at Solon, questions heavy in her silent eyes. He stepped forward, voice even. We will comply. The tribunal herald nodded, parchment folding closed like the snap of a lock. Without another word, they turned and strode back through the arch, their cloaks trailing a faint scent of incense. Silence lingered like a sickness. Beren finally exhaled. They move quickly. They always do. Solon said, keeping his tone measured. He turned to Loara, who stood pale and confused among the scattered droplets on the stone. Come with me. She followed without protest, clutching the empty bucket against her chest like a shield. As they passed through the courtyard gates, a familiar voice called from the far colonnade. Solon! Haldren approached, robes gathered in one hand, brow furrowed with a depth of frustration only someone who cared could truly manage. Why was I not informed? He hissed under his breath, drawing Solon aside. You brought her inside the crucible and kept her hidden. Do you understand how that will look? Solon set his jaw. There was no time to report. She saved us, all of us, in the field. Haldren glanced at Loara, who waited quietly a few paces away, small and painfully fragile against the white pillars. Saved you or not? Haldren said, voice softening. The council will see a girl past the trial age, with powers unmeasured, unclaimed. They will fear her. They will want to break her before they even begin to understand. Solon looked back at Loara, her eyes wide but calm. Then we'll make them understand. He murmured. Haldren sighed, the weariness of his office etched in every line of his face. Speak carefully, Rhythm Breaker. The council can unmake even a captain if they decide you've betrayed their faith. Solon nodded once. Together they turned toward the marble steps that would lead to the Chamber of Voices, Loara trailing in Solon's shadow. As they walked, whispers rose in the courtyard behind them. Knights, initiates, even stable hands, all drawn to the rumor already spreading like a wildfire, a girl who ended a holoborn without a single note. The Chamber of Voices had never looked more merciless. Arched high above, the statues of the 12 seemed to lean inward, their marble faces carved with unbending judgment. Candles burned in precise, harmonic patterns, their glow a thin, sterile light that left no place to hide. Loara stood at the center of the stone dais, small and almost breakable, her hair still tangled from travel, her borrowed tunic far too large around her narrow shoulders. The mark of road dust clung to her bare feet. She held nothing in her hands, and for a moment, framed by that vast circle of law and power, she looked no more dangerous than a lost child. Yet the council regarded her as though she might shatter the walls. "The subject," intoned the presiding judge of rhythm, voice cold and precise, "is past the normal trial age by 5 cycles, unclaimed by any voice, and was not brought forward for resonance assessment at birth." His gaze flickered toward Solon, thin with suspicion. "Furthermore, she demonstrates a null harmonic. That alone would warrant a dissonant declaration and exile to preserve the Crucible's order." Loara lowered her eyes, unable to answer. Her small hands tightened around each other at her waist, knuckles gone white. A ripple moved through the gathered officials, whispers like knives. "Her presence drew a breach," someone spat from the side benches, "or ended one." Haldren countered from his place near the dais. "Silence, preceptor!" The judge snapped. "Your station does not grant you the right to contradict the law." Haldren's mouth clamped shut, but fury burned behind his calm. The judge turned again to Solon. "You stand for this child?" He sneered, letting the word drip with doubt. "Having taken her beyond the walls without registration, explain yourself." Solon stepped forward, hands unclenched, tone steady. "She ended a holoborn breach with no weapon, no voice. She stilled it where fully trained knights had failed. That deserves a trial, a true measure." A scoff rose from one councillor. "You would risk our laws, our protection, for a feral mute." Loara flinched at the word mute, but held her stance. Solon saw her shoulders square, however slight, and felt a flicker of pride. "She deserves a measure," Solon repeated, voice iron. "Or we brand ourselves cowards, killing what we cannot explain." Murmurs rose, ugly and fearful. Someone used the word witch. Another called her resonance broken. Haldren caught Solon's eye, almost pleading. Cadrin shifted in the gallery seats, arms folded. He watched Loara for a long moment, something unreadable in his gaze. The judge leaned forward, robes stirring like dark water. "The measure is denied," he pronounced, striking a small chime to punctuate it. "She will be declared dissonant at dusk and sent beyond the walls. There is no place in the choir for a lost note." The phrase rang like a death knell through the chamber. Solon felt his fists curl. He took one breath, then another. "No," he said, calm as a blade in the dark. "She will be measured." The entire hall fell to stillness, the chime's fading echo the only sound. The chamber trembled with indignant whispers after Solon's words fell, as though the walls themselves rejected such defiance. The judge of rhythm glared down, his voice a blade. "You challenge this tribunal, Captain?" Solon drew a slow breath, steadying the old pulse that had carried him through 1,000 trials. Then he raised his chin. "I invoke the harmony right." The words hit the gathered council like a hammer. Even the scribes went still, quills dangling in the air. Haldrin's head jerked up, eyes wide with both hope and dread. Across the benches, Cadrin leaned forward, interest sharpening. The judge's robes rustled as he shifted, sneering. That statute has not been enacted in generations. Its language is incomplete, a relic. Solon stood firm. The law is clear enough. Any unmeasured resonance that demonstrates stabilizing harmonic effect upon a recognized breach must be granted a formal trial, even past normal age, if a knight captain so demands. He gestured lightly to Loara, who stood small and silent, nothing but the hush of her breath to shield her. She ended a hollowborn. Solon continued, voice controlled but powerful, without blade or command. That is stabilizing resonance, no matter how you wish to name it. The judge's mouth twisted. The dissonant have no place in choir measure. She has no name, Solon countered, and no measure yet. You cannot declare her dissonant until you give her the chance to sing. The murmur turned harsh. Voices clashed like ill-struck bells. The councillors spat arguments, twisted legal half-verses. Some feared a demon's trick. Others feared breaking precedent. Finally, the judge banged his chime once more. "Very well," he snarled. "By harmony right, the matter will proceed to a vote of the voices." A hush crashed through the hall. One by one, each councillor cast a token of approval or denial into a shallow dish of polished copper. The final tally lay tied. 6 for, 6 against. Cadrin held the last token. The gallery held its breath. Cadrin rose slowly, face unreadable. He studied Loara, studied Solon. Something, a fracture of memory, a flash of hope, flickered behind his eyes. "Let the measure stand," he said, placing his token among the approvals. Gasps broke through the benches. The judge slammed down his chime one final time. "So ordered." The girl will face the first note at first light. Solon exhaled, a weight falling from him. He turned, finding Loara's gaze through the swirling incense haze. She looked fragile, exhausted, but unafraid. He nodded once, a silent promise in his eyes. "We will see you through." That nod said. Loara breathed out, shoulders relaxing, just a fraction, as the harsh music of the council began to recede. They left the chamber of voices under heavy silence, the council's final pronouncement echoing through their minds. The afternoon sun had already dipped low, drawing long shadows across the courtyard stones. Loara stumbled as they stepped onto the stairs, her thin shoulders trembling from more than just exhaustion. Solon reached out, steadying her. "You did well," he said quietly, though she had spoken no words at all. Behind him, Mira stepped forward, rummaging in her satchel until she produced a small wedge of bread wrapped in cloth. "Here," she offered, voice softer than usual. "Eat something. You look like you'll blow away." Loara took it carefully, eyes wide with surprise, then nodded in thanks. She tore off a piece with deliberate slowness, as if still remembering how to do something so simple. Baroon gave a low chuckle. "Don't let Eerie see you holding food like that," he teased. "She'll put you on ration duty." Irie only rolled her eyes, though she shot Loara a tiny, reassuring smile. The girl's jaw moved slowly, savoring the first bite. Her breathing began to even out. Around her the squad relaxed, tension draining like poison from an old wound. Solon knelt to catch her gaze. "Tomorrow will be difficult," he warned gently. "But you will not stand alone." Loara met his eyes, that same fragile courage glinting beneath all her fear, and dipped her chin in understanding. They led her back through the training ground gates, the fading light catching in the battered armor of the 13th voice. For the first time since stepping into the crucible, Luara felt that she might, just might, survive the dawn. Chapter 12. The Lost Note. The Trial. The dawn bell rang hollow, as if the crucible itself feared what was about to happen. Luara stood at the edge of the trial hall's antechamber, barefoot, her too large tunic hanging awkwardly on her thin frame. Someone had tried to brush her hair into order, but wisps still escaped like tiny rebellions around her face. She gripped a chipped drinking cup in both hands, the water inside trembling with her breath. Solon was beside her, clad in the full colours of a knight captain, though he seemed heavier today, weighed down by the burden of what was to come. His expression never wavered, but his fingers twitched as if fighting to reach for her hand. Beyond the archway, the Hall of Song waited. Torches burned in sconces high along the walls, throwing their light across columns marked with the sigils of every voice. A hush lay over the assembled choir tribunal, the judges of rhythm, high scribes, and the attending echo priests. Even Cadrin, standing among the observers, looked grim. The same path Solon had once walked, the same stones, the same trials, yet today felt older, sharper. An attending initiate stepped forward and announced, "By order of the choir tribunal," the initiate announced, voice echoing harshly through the columns, "this aspirant shall face the first note. She is unmeasured, but observed, and will be tested as the law commands." There was a pause, the kind that usually marked a second name, a partner chosen from the ranks. The gathered tribunal said nothing. A cold silence settled on the hall. The initiate swallowed. She shall face the trial alone. A faint murmur ran through the assembled knights. Alone? That was nearly unheard of. Even the harshest interpretations of the choir's doctrine allowed for pairs. Solon's jaw tightened. They meant to break her, meant to prove she wasn't worthy by robbing her of any harmony at all. Luara did not flinch. Her eyes stayed on Solon, the question in them plain. Why? He had no answer, only a silent promise in return. "You will be close," she mouthed, the shape of the words clear, even if no sound came. Solon nodded, a brief glimmer of pride slipping through the steel of his composure. The initiate gestured them forward. They passed through the archway together, stepping onto a mosaic floor depicting a circle of children holding hands, so worn by centuries of feet that some faces were no more than shadows. The knights in the gallery, the scribes, the council members, they all watched in near reverent stillness. Luara took her place at the center, the circle of resonance filaments flickering to life beneath her bare feet. The harmonic array hummed in a low tone that set her bones vibrating. The initiate called out again, voice steady. "First chamber, memory. You will find the true note among false echoes." Luara glanced back once, catching Solon's eyes, then stepped forward into the darkness that swallowed the trial's threshold. The doors closed behind her with a sound like the world ending. Solon stood alone now, forced to watch, fists clenched at his sides. She is more than they know, he told himself, steadying the worry pounding in his chest. She has to be. The first chamber was older than its polished walls suggested. Beneath the geometric inlays and copper lines lay foundation stones from before the choir was even named, resonance channels cut so deep they hummed on their own, like buried hearts still beating. Luara stepped through the threshold, and the world seemed to swallow her. Sound itself bent around the doorway, a harmonic seal snapping shut behind her. A low chord rumbled through the floor, rattling her bones, then fractured into dozens of overlapping echoes. Each echo carried a note of her memory, a laughter, a cry, a single hush from her mother. Then the chords twisted, turning familiar sound into unfamiliar terror, layering them until the noise was nearly unbearable. Other aspirants would have fought to pick the real tone from the chaos, reaching through raw fear to find the true note. Alone, they usually stumbled, overwhelmed by doubt and the pain of hearing their own worst moments distorted into weapons. But Luara was different. Where others might panic, her calm flowed outward like a gentle tide across the resonance. Her null harmonic gift did not erase the echoes, but steadied them, quieted their hunger to consume. The chamber fought back, amplifying terror. It used every vibration, every tiny heartbeat, to twist the sound more savagely. Luara took one slow breath. She closed her eyes and reached back to the rhythm she had carried since birth, the muted resonance that lived inside her, the breach-born echo that had never quite belonged in the world of sound. One by one, the false tones stilled. The hateful laughter fell away. The mournful cries dissolved. The discordant chords smoothed into simple, silent chords that no longer hurt. The true note remained, steady and whole, waiting. She stepped forward, placing her bare foot against the center of the floor mosaic, and the chamber recognized her. The resonance gates unlatched with a gentle sigh, as if relieved to let her pass. Beyond, the second chamber waited, darker still. The passage between the chambers felt like walking through a held breath. No sound, no scent. Even the heat of her skin seemed muffled. When Luara crossed the final threshold, the second chamber came alive around her. It was a place of shifting illusions, walls bent in impossible angles, floors that seemed to tilt and fall, paintings of false doors layered one atop another like dreams stitched in panic. Resonance mirrors glimmered across every surface, fracturing her reflection into 1,000 subtly wrong versions of herself. Voices layered on top of the architecture, the same harmony sung backward, played sideways, spun until it made a person question their heartbeat. Other aspirants usually relied on partners in this chamber, anchors of trust to help keep the illusions from devouring them. Luara had no such lifeline. The air prickled as the chamber began its attack, images of her parents, twisted with hate, reaching for her in condemnation. The elders who had tried to banish her, now screaming in perfect chorus discipline. Luara's heart jolted, pain blooming behind her ribs, but only for an instant. She closed her eyes, letting the null resonance inside her sink outward. Her calming field did not destroy the illusions. It leveled them, smoothing their edges until they had no bite left, no shape left that could harm. The hateful illusions faded like dried paint washed clean. Ahead, the true doorway formed, no longer masked by illusion. Luara stepped forward, her hands trembling slightly. She was strong, yes, but the effort left her empty, like a chord played too long. She realized then that the third chamber would demand more than even her calm could muster alone. Beyond the archway, a darkness waited, humming, hungry. The third chamber waited, silent as a tomb. Its threshold was marked with black marble inlays, so deep they seemed to swallow the lamplight whole. Luara stepped across, breath hitching, the chill of the stones rising through her bare feet. This was the place all aspirants feared, the place where, for generations, they had been told only one could leave. A single gate stood ahead, massive and silent, adorned with symbols of conflict, blades, broken shields, and a red-drawn note whose meaning had long been corrupted. Luara swallowed hard. Tradition said the third chamber demanded blood, that only through killing could a knight prove the will to break discord. But as she stood in that heavy hush, the chamber's resonance brushed against her gift. And something felt wrong. The air pulsed, but not with rage, not with a thirst for violence. It felt unfinished. She stepped forward, and the room seemed to resist her. The harmonic pattern buckled, as if waiting for something more than one voice. She faltered, alone, unable to bridge that silence. Beyond the observation glass, Solon watched, saw her shoulders shake, saw the truth. The trial had never wanted a victor. It had wanted a chorus. He could not stand by. He pushed past the guards, ignoring their protests, and stepped through the threshold. The harmonic signature flared, welcoming his presence like a second verse resolving a melody. Luara looked up, stunned, relief breaking through her tears. Solon reached out his hand. "Together," he said, calm as dawn. She took it. Their resonance joined, but it was no simple pairing. Luara's gift did not merely calm, it opened Solon's voice, drew out the richest, strongest chords buried deep within him, shaping them with a grace he had never dared to trust. It was as if she took the rough, protective edges of his song and smoothed them into something grander, more luminous, as though a conductor had stepped forward to lift every musician from their solitude into a symphony that could shake the world. His protective harmony blazed, clearer and stronger than ever, bolstered and carried on the gentle, stabilizing current she offered. For a heartbeat, Solon felt as if the marrow of his bones had turned to perfect pitch, every breath tuned to a single, unstoppable note. It was no longer two voices. It was one. The gate pulsed, stone shifted. Ancient mechanisms responded as if stirred from centuries of slumber. Dust fell like drifting stars, catching the light of the resonance as it pulsed outward. Symbols hidden for generations began to resonate in reply, weaving their patterns across the floor and walls in a language no living scribe could name. Beyond the glass observation panels, the choir tribunal stared, wide-eyed, unable to process what they were seeing. The judges of rhythm leaned forward, mouths slack, as harmonics they had long believed impossible rang through the chamber. Luara's eyes glistened with tears, but she did not tremble. Her presence was so serene, so invitational, that even the gate seemed to bow before her. A mural revealed itself fully, layer after layer of fine dust peeling away to show children with joined hands, facing darkness, their resonance braided together. This was the truth of the first note. Together, they were the song. Instead of swinging open with violence, the walls themselves seemed to breathe. The heavy, grinding resonance the knights had always taken for a death sentence now softened, like a sigh of long-delayed relief. Dust peeled away in gentle spirals, lifted on a breeze that felt impossibly warm, impossibly kind. Behind it emerged a mural, painstakingly etched and painted in colors so subtle they still glimmered after centuries. Children, hands clasped, voices joined, stood shoulder to shoulder against an ocean of darkness. Their expressions were calm, their posture strong, as if no fear could ever sever their bond. Threads of stylized resonance wove between them, tying each heart to the next in a melody of unstoppable unity. Above them, a single phrase in the language of the hollow god pulsed with newfound clarity. Together, the first note shall endure. The first note had never demanded death. It had asked for unity. Outside the chamber, the council erupted, voices tangling with disbelief and panic. But inside, where once only a killing ground had waited, a new harmony rose, quiet, undeniable, and finally understood. The mural's light faded slowly, its final echoes settling into the stones like a lullaby completed. The gate, once sealed with ancient dread, stood open, not forced, but inviting. Luara glanced at Solon, eyes wide, filled with wonder and a fragile, cautious hope. He nodded, steady and sure, though his heart was still pounding in rhythms he had never known before. Together they stepped forward, crossing the threshold side by side. Beyond, the cool air of the antechamber washed over them, carrying whispers from the tribunal, the scribes, and the knights who had witnessed everything. Solon could already see the guards assembling, their posture uncertain, unsure whether to bow or to bar their path. Loara squeezed his hand. So light, so quiet. He returned the grip, raising his chin to meet whatever came next. They had faced the third chamber. They had broken its lie. Now they would face either the wrath or the embrace of the council. Chapter 13. The Lost Note. Naming Ceremony. 3 days had passed since the trial. 3 days since the chamber walls had revealed a truth no one wanted to see. The council's response had been swift. Orders were issued. Loara was kept under gentle guard, watched by echo priests who whispered prayers over her as though she might break reality with a careless breath. Solon was permitted to remain near her, but with thinly veiled suspicion clinging to every guard's eyes. Now they stood together in the Hall of Harmony, a vast chamber draped in veils of muted color that swayed like sound-made silk. At its heart, a great circular dais held the echo priests, each robed in ivory tones marked with delicate chords. Their presence was serene, near saintly, and yet their power hummed like a distant blade. The naming ceremony was no small thing. Twice each cycle, the children of Lyranth were brought here to receive their chord names, a ritual framed as divine, but woven through with cold precision. Names that sorted them, names that chained them. Solon watched with a heavy heart. Beyond Loara, other children stood in line. Most were ordinary, too young for resonance training, their tunics clean, eyes wide with anxious hope. A few, like Loara, wore the simpler robes of aspirants, their trials fresh behind them, their future about to be sealed by a single word. He could read their tension in every nervous shuffle. A boy of perhaps 12 cycles fidgeted near the front, knuckles white. Another girl held her head high, clearly expecting a bright, powerful chord to lift her family's standing. Loara was the only one still, as if the silence that lived inside her had wrapped her in calm no one else could borrow. Solon stepped closer to her. "Are you ready?" he asked softly. She nodded, though her eyes betrayed a deep, unspoken worry. Ahead a low chime rang, the naming bell. One by one, the children were brought forward. A priest would place their hand upon the child's brow, listen for a moment in stillness, then announce a name that would shape the rest of their days. Cord of Ashen, Laborer. Cord of Verdian, Keeper. Cord of Halix, Grain Singer. Simple, predictable. Until Loara. As she stepped toward the dais, the chamber seemed to hush even further, as if afraid to breathe. Solon's pulse quickened. She would not be ignored. Whatever name they dared give her, the world would change because of it. Loara stood alone on the raised dais, the woven banners of the Hall of Harmony shifting above her like muted waves. The hush was absolute, so complete it seemed even the stone itself dared not breathe. Before her, the echo priests assembled, their robes gleaming in pale resonance thread, faces half hidden by ceremonial veils. One among them, an elder known only as Lead Voice Selenai, stepped forward, holding a ceremonial staff etched with chords so delicate they seemed ready to break from the weight of their meaning. Tradition demanded silence. The hall obeyed. Selenai lifted a hand. "By the hollow grace," the priest intoned, "we hear what is meant to be sung." The priest placed a single palm upon Loara's forehead, closing her eyes. In that stillness, the entire hall seemed to hold its breath. To the faithful, it was divine, the hollow God's voice descending into the minds of the echo priests, a pure tone only they could hear. In truth, it was a harmonic shift, a tremor born of centuries of tradition, a resonance felt so deeply and long taut that it blurred the line between faith and manipulation. For a heartbeat, Selenai's brow furrowed. A flicker of confusion crossed the priest's veil. Then, stillness again. Selenai's voice, when it came, was ragged with awe. "She is named," the lead voice whispered. "Kyle." The word rang out like a bright chime, breaking centuries of silence. Gasps rippled through the council rows, through the knights, through the gathered families waiting for their own children's naming. Kyle, a name reserved in old archives for mythic figures, those who were said to bind cords together rather than bow to them. Solon exhaled sharply. The children still waiting for their names shifted uncomfortably. Even the echo priests looked shaken, their supposed certainty undone. Luara only bowed her head, as if the impossible name had simply settled upon her like a calm breeze. In the stillness that followed, the naming bell tolled, once, clean and final, sealing her place in the choir's hierarchy forever. The final chime of the naming bell still trembled through the air, like a ripple over still water. Luara stood upon the dais a moment longer, the name Kale ringing in every ear, every stone. It felt too large for her small frame, like a coronation draped upon a child still learning to stand. She did not flinch. Instead, she lowered her head with quiet grace, stepped down from the dais, and walked back toward the line of children as though she had done nothing more than collect a daily ration of bread. Those around her parted in instinctive reverence or fear. Some children turned away, unable to look at her. Others watched with wide eyes, torn between awe and a terror they could not name. A girl barely older than Luara backed up a step, clutching her own newly given chord name as if it might vanish under Kale's impossible glow. Solon watched it all, his chest tight. The hall seemed suddenly smaller, the old stone columns weighed down by centuries of dust and tradition that now trembled in the presence of one tiny girl who carried a name that might burn them all. Kale. It was a chord older than the city, older than the council's careful manipulations, a name woven with both harmony and the potential to destroy. Echo priests shifted uncomfortably behind their veils, their robes stirring like moth wings in a stale wind. Even the tribunal's iron composure showed cracks. They whispered hurriedly, eyes darting between Luara and Solon, as if trying to decide which was the more dangerous. Luara only waited patiently, small hands folded, gaze steady. So much potential, the watchers thought, wrapped in a girl who still moved with the innocence of someone who did not know how to hate. Solon stepped closer, offering her the faintest smile. She did not smile back, but in her quiet, he saw strength. Something as old and undeniable as the hall itself. When the last child had stepped away from the dais, the hall began to empty. Echo priests moved with tight, hurried grace, their ceremonial tones barely holding steady. Guards repositioned near the columns, casting Solon wary glances, half inclined to challenge him and half afraid to try. Haldren approached from the tribunal's side entrance, his robe heavy with the weight of layered resonance threads. His face was grim, lined with a weariness that had little to do with age. "Solon," he said quietly, too quietly for anyone else to hear. "The tribunal will not forget this." "I know. She was never meant to stand alone in that chamber." Haldren continued, voice tightening. "And you were never meant to enter it with her. You broke centuries of form." Solon looked past him, to where Luara stood, small and impossibly calm, as a guard ushered her toward a waiting corridor. "It was the right thing," Solon said. Haldren nodded, though his lips remained pressed in a thin, resigned line. "Perhaps," he allowed, "but right things have a price." He turned away without another word, leaving Solon with the tribunal's baleful stares, silent as statues, but no less dangerous. As the hall emptied, Solon found himself alone with the distant echo of the naming bell still rattling in his bones. He let his shoulders fall for the first time since stepping into that cursed trial, drawing a ragged breath. They would punish him. He felt it deep as marrow. What shape that punishment might take he could not yet name. But as he stepped out of the Hall of Harmony and back into the city's fractured light, the wind off the broken rooftops felt almost like forgiveness. Almost. He walked back toward the training grounds, half filled with hope that Loara might change everything, half crushed under the knowledge that when the council struck back, they would strike at him first. Chapter 14. The First Oath. The 13th. Voice had gathered in the training grounds at dawn, rows upon rows of resonant knights and aspirants lined up in quiet formation. Dozens of cloaks stirred gently in the morning breeze, and the broken archway overhead caught the first blush of light, as if in reluctant blessing. Loara stood at Solon's side, small and composed, her simple robes newly brushed, her hair tied back with a borrowed cord. Her new name, Kyle, still felt too large, as if it might collapse onto her shoulders if she took a breath too deep. But she stood tall anyway. Solon stepped forward, voice steady despite the watchful presence of tribunal envoys who had come to witness. Brothers, sisters, aspirants. His tone carried across the courtyard with measured grace. This is Loara Kyle. By the decree of the Echo Tribunal, she is named Aspirant of the 13th, under the same oath and discipline as any who stand here. A current rippled through the ranks. Some tilted their heads in silent respect. Others exchanged uneasy glances, unsure what to make of the girl who had calmed a breach and walked through the first note without a blade. Solon let the pause stretch just long enough to drive the point home. She has proven herself worthy. He continued. Worthy to stand beside us. Worthy to learn. No one moved to contradict him. Tarn, towering and broad, stepped forward first. He knelt just enough to bring his eyes level with Loara's. Welcome, little sister, he said, a low kindness in his voice. Sing loud when you're ready. Mira followed, offering a brief nod and the flash of a grin. The quiet ones are always the fiercest. Even Eerie, reserved as ever, smiled. Loara swallowed back a surge of gratitude, eyes glimmering. Behind them, a squad sergeant from another division raised a hand. She carries a cord no child should, he said, half wonder, half worry. Will she bear it alone? Solon looked back at Loara, then at the assembled knights. She will bear it with us. And for a single brief moment, even the tribunal's envoys seemed to relent, as if the 13th's unshakable bond was too strong for politics to break. Loara exhaled slowly, her shoulders easing. Whatever came next, she would not stand alone. When the morning assembly ended, a hush fell over the courtyard. The tribunal envoys stepped aside as a pair of echo priests advanced, robed in ivory cords that shimmered faintly even in the muted light. One of them, older and bent by time but steady as a stone, carried a small vessel etched with ancient runes. Inside, a faintly glowing ink shifted, alive with the resonance of 1,000 half-forgotten oaths. Loara watched with wide eyes as the priest approached, the vessel raised. This is the mark of voicing, he intoned, a cord unfinished waiting to be tested. It will remain until your path is completed or broken. The priest dipped 2 fingers into the ink and traced a simple sigil on Loara's shoulder. The cool liquid settled into her skin with a faint burn, leaving behind a symbol that seemed to vibrate gently, as if tuning to her pulse. A gasp rippled through some of the aspirants nearby, who had never seen the voicing placed on someone so small or with a name so bright. Loara did not flinch. She understands, Solon said quietly to Mira, who stood at his side. Mira folded her arms, watching. She's stronger than any of us were. The priest stepped back, voice rising to conclude the ritual. You will serve. You will learn. You will protect the chorus with your heart, your song, and your silence. Loara bowed, the gesture instinctive. Around her, the knights relaxed just slightly, accepting the formality, even if their eyes still held the echo of disbelief. One final note rang out, a soft chime struck by the priest to seal the rite. And Loara was officially entered into the rolls of the 13th voice. As the courtyard began to break apart, Solon placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder. You belong here, Kyle, he told her, voice low, carrying only to her. No one will take that away. Loara looked up at him, and though she could not answer with words, the tiny nod she gave was enough. By dusk, the training grounds had settled into their evening rhythm. Knights cleaned their weapons by lamplight, as aspirants whispered old prayers or sharpened practice blades. Somewhere beyond the stone walls, the city's deeper hum went on as if nothing at all had changed. Loara sat on her new bunk, the smallest cot tucked between two older aspirants who had yet to decide if they should speak to her. Her fresh marking tingled on her shoulder, a reminder that she had been claimed by something far bigger than herself. She ran a hand across the plain linen of her training tunic, trying to steady the strange sense of relief bubbling under her ribs. She was scared, of course she was scared, but for the first time, she felt chosen rather than merely tolerated. Solon appeared in the doorway, silhouetted by the glow of the corridor torches. His armor was half loosened, posture heavy with a weariness he couldn't quite mask. He stepped closer, leaning down so only she could hear. They'll ask for me soon, he said quietly. Whatever happens, you hold to this place. It is yours now. Loara nodded, eyes searching his face for any flicker of fear. Solon tried to smile, though it was thin and tired. You're stronger than you know, he added, voice hoarse from holding back what he truly felt. She reached out, brushing her fingertips against the sleeve of his tunic, a silent thank you that was worth more than words. He let out a long breath. I'll see you at first light, he promised, even if he wasn't sure it was true. Loara watched him go, her heart thrumming with a rhythm so new, so huge, she could barely contain it. Around her, the sleeping hall began to dim, as the candles were snuffed one by one. The world seemed quieter, gentler, as if the walls themselves agreed to give her one night of peace. For the first time since she had left her village, Loara let herself believe she might finally belong. Morning rose over the crucible, gilding its worn towers in a soft, forgiving light. The 13th voice assembled for their daily drills, blades flashing in measured arcs, voices tuned to rhythms that kept the veil at bay. Loara stood among the other aspirants, her new place marked with a training staff instead of a sharpened blade, but her posture was proud. She moved through footwork patterns as best she could, copying the older trainees, her motions clumsy yet determined. Mira teased her gently, stepping in to correct her grip. Too stiff, she chided with a grin. Flow like a note, not a hammer. Loara nodded, cheeks flushed, but kept at it. Eerie, pausing from her drills, flashed Loara an encouraging sign with her fingers. A tiny gesture from an old hand language once used in the outer wards, meaning, you belong. Even Berun, who rarely smiled, ruffled Loara's hair as he passed, muttering, Keep your knees bent, girl. The rest of the 13th trained as usual, but the mood had shifted. Lighter, even playful in a way only soldiers who'd seen too much could manage. Tarn slammed a practice shield into a post so hard the post snapped at the base, earning a roar of laughter from his squad mates. Luara laughed too, the sound voiceless but clear in the bright spark of her eyes. After drills, Solon gathered them in the courtyard, giving orders for upcoming patrol routes and maintenance assignments. His voice was calm, professional, but Luara noticed his gaze linger on her more than once, protective, reassuring. "Dismissed!" he called, and the squads broke apart, drifting toward mess or evening rituals. Luara stayed behind for a moment, looking up at the cracked arch over the courtyard. This was hers now, as much as it was anyone's. Somewhere far off, the bell of the Dome of Accord tolled, signaling a coming summons, but no one yet knew for whom. For now, Luara was safe, surrounded by blades and voices that would stand for her, even if they were flawed. She drew a breath, felt the stone beneath her feet, and let herself believe in the rhythm of this new beginning. Chapter 15. The Edge of the Song. Jaren walked alone, not because he had somewhere to be, not because he was avoiding anyone, but because the city pressed in too close, too loud, and too empty all at once. The Crucible's outer districts were a maze of half-standing towers and tilted walkways, remnants of the world that came before the chorus. Here the resonance hum was faint. The songs of order did not reach so far. He passed beneath a collapsed rail arch covered in rust-stained vines. To the citizens of the Crucible, it was just another ruin. To Jaren, it was the edge of memory. He had grown up nearby, in the shadow of this forgotten steel. A cluster of communal homes once stood here, mud-daubed, resonance-warped, low to the ground. Now only stone outlines and cracked steps remained. He crouched by the largest stone and touched the surface. Still cool, still real. Solon had never come from privilege. The same alleys and broken tiles had raised them both. But Solon had never felt lesser, never doubted his place, his worth, even when everything around them tried to break him. Jaren had always seen himself as second, as a reflection, not the source. That difference was a wound neither of them had ever truly spoken of. Jaren closed his eyes. He remembered the trial, the gate, the way it had opened for a song, not a sword. He had stood ready to fight, and still lost. And every mission since, every praise Solon received, every rhythm-breaker chant, it dug deeper. He stood and turned toward the broken wall of his childhood home. There, scratched into the stone, a symbol. It shimmered faintly with inverted resonance. Not enough to alarm a harmonarch, but enough that a knight would feel it in his bones. He stepped closer. At the base of the carving, tucked beneath a stone, a folded scrap of parchment. One word scrawled in red. "Come." Jaren didn't react. He just stared. Then slowly, without thinking, he pocketed the note. He didn't look back as he walked deeper into the shadows. It sat at the edge of the city like a scar, an old bell chapel no one claimed, half swallowed by ivy and time. Its tower had collapsed decades ago, and only a partial dome remained, ribbed with shattered glass. Jaren passed through its rust-stained archway, boots echoing over tile that once rang with choirs. He remembered this place. He and his uncle had passed by it often when he was young. Malrin had always stared too long at the chapel, as if listening to something Jaren couldn't hear. Now, something answered. A fire burned low near the broken altar, resonance fire, cool-toned and flickering sideways. The murals on the chapel walls had been defaced with ash char, forming jagged musical phrases that pulsed with wrongness. Figures moved in the shadows, hooded, silent. Jaren stepped into the circle of light. "Uncle," he said quietly. Not a question. Malrinde stepped forward. Bare-chested, choir brands burned into his flesh, old scars overlaid with fresh wounds. His face was hard, but his eyes were clear. "You remember me? I saw you," Jaren said, At the outpost. Malrin gave a half-smile. I wondered if you would. Jeren's voice was steady. You were cast out, not for failing, for breaking rhythm. Malrin finished for him, for singing louder than they could stand. You led a breach. No, Malrin said, stepping closer. I opened the truth. They closed it behind me. Silence stretched. The cultists around them did not move. They didn't need to. You came, Malrin said softly. You felt it, didn't you? That crack inside you? That ache? I'm not like you. Number, you're better. You've endured. I was discarded. You were merely ignored. Jeren said nothing. Malrin's voice dropped. They will never let you rise, not with him above you. Solon. The name wasn't said. It didn't have to be. I'm not here to make a choice, Jeren muttered. I know, Malrin replied. You're here to remember you have one. He stepped back into the shadows. No vows, no blood, just return when you're ready to sing your own song. Jeren looked at him for a long moment. Then he turned and left the chapel without another word. Behind him, the fire dimmed, but did not die. The barracks were quiet. Solon sat on the edge of a stone bench just outside the 13th's hall. The sun had dipped low behind the towers of the crucible, casting golden bars across the courtyard. Knights passed in and out, tending to armor, sharpening blades, and running drills. But his eyes kept drifting to one empty space. Jeren's bunk hadn't been touched since morning. Beren passed by and gave a light nod. Haven't seen him. Probably just needed air. Solon grunted in acknowledgement but didn't respond. Luara was nearby, quietly threading a new cord through a damaged strap on her satchel. Mira sat beside her, watching curiously. She mimics everything, Mira said under her breath. I think she's learning faster than she lets on. She watches like a tactician, Kevin added from a nearby seat. She already knows our rhythms. Solon offered the barest smile. She's something. A beat passed. Beren spoke again, lower this time. Think he's all right? Solon didn't answer immediately. He's tired, he said finally. He's been carrying more than he says. It wears on anyone. They let it lie. The squad filtered into the evening slowly. Some gathered for drills, others for food. Luara sat among them like a shadow at first, but already she was being pulled into their orbit. Only Jeraean's silence remained apart. And Solon, standing alone by the door, watched the sunset with eyes that didn't reflect it. Whatever song was playing, one note was missing. The morning brought no peace. Solon was already awake, checking equipment and listening to the low chorus of city bells marking the hour when the heavy door to the 13th's barracks creaked open. Jeraean stepped through, quiet as ever. No greeting, no apology. Just a nod, as if he'd only stepped out for air, and the air had taken all night to return. Solon didn't say anything at first. He let the quiet drag. Jeraean dropped his pack near his bunk and began to unbuckle his chest plate. You should have sent word, Solon said finally. Jeraean didn't look at him. Didn't know I needed permission to breathe. You vanished. I came back. Solon exhaled slowly. You missed 3 drills, a city pass-in. Haldren could have called us up. He didn't. Silence again. Other squad members filtered in. Mira glanced between them but said nothing. Kavan's brow furrowed. Beren paused in mid-step, then quietly busied himself with oiling his blade. You think this is just about routine? Solon asked. This squad, these people, we rely on each other. Jeren's voice was low but sharp. And you always know best who we can rely on, don't you? Solon stiffened. What's that supposed to mean? Jaren looked up finally, eyes hard. You lead like you already know the path, like no one else's voice matters unless it's singing your chorus. Solon took a step forward. You know that's not true. Do I? Jaren barked. You always pull me aside, always keep me just behind you, always shielding me like I'm some broken chord you're afraid might crack the song. Loira stirred from her resting spot, eyes wide. Mira moved instinctively between them, hand hovering near her side, not to draw, but ready. You're my friend, Solon said, quieter now. That's why I've... Jaren's laugh was cold. That's not why. Before either could say more, the outer doors slammed open. 2 Harmonarch guards stepped inside, gold-trimmed cloaks glinting in the morning light. Between them walked a pale-robed acolyte holding a sealed writ. Their leader's voice rang out like a cracked bell. Knight Captain Vire, by decree of the Chorus Tribunal, you are ordered to present yourself for formal reckoning. The words echoed through the training hall like a hammer on glass. Loira, newly named Kyle, froze where she had been helping a page gather spare practice blades. The rest of the 13th turned as one, every face tightening. Solon stepped forward, calm but unyielding. Reckoning for what? The acolyte unrolled a scroll, hands trembling just slightly. For the breach of sacred right. You crossed the threshold of the 3rd chamber unbidden. The tribunal demands your account. Kevin exhaled sharply. They couldn't even let you breathe, Captain. Beron's jaw tensed. Tell them to come take a report after you saved half their precious doctrine. Mira, ever the spear point, leaned in. Or do they forget who brought back their prize? The guards remained impassive, their formation perfectly still. Jaren, silent until that moment, shifted his weight. His eyes did not leave Solon's, and something burned there, something hard to name, half loyalty, half question. Loira stepped forward, as if to speak, but caught herself. She could only look at Solon, a worry plain in her silent gaze. Solon's voice was steady, heavy with unspoken resignation. Do you intend to drag me away? The lead guard inclined his head. By custom, you will come willingly. Solon glanced at his squad, reading their faces, protective, ready, even reckless in the heat of their bond. He shook his head just enough to calm them. Very well, he said. I will answer. The tension wound through the air, humming like a chord that might snap. As Solon followed the guards from the hall, the 13th held their ground, watching him go, a question on every face. No one spoke. The tribunal would decide what happened next. Interlude. Dissonance, the choir break. I was born with a voice not worth remembering. In the lower tier, where the coin is thin and the lattice hums like a dying throat, I tried to sing for crusts of bread. People did not hear me. They stepped around me like I was a broken bell, rattling on stone. In the crucible, they love voices, but only voices trained, measured, and tuned by the orders. A street singer like me was only noise, unfit for a chord name, unfit for the choir. They let me starve between alleys. I might have died like that. Except one night, when the wind felt wrong, I followed a faint echo through the dusk. Down past the tumbled amphitheatre, where the marble steps were cracked and the seats grown over with moss, someone had built a fire. Around it they sang. Not like the chorus. Their music was broken, their chords twisted, their rhythm like a wound. Yet no one shushed them. No one called them disharmonic. They let every note spill out raw, even if it grated, even if it failed. A woman with a voice sharp as glass pulled me close. Sing, she said. I tried, my voice catching, ugly, worthless. She smiled. Perfect. They called themselves the Dissonant Way. At the bottom were the Hollow Sworn, people like me, who had nothing, who were told their flaws were a disease. The Dissonant Way said our flaws were holy, that even a cracked note had power. Above them stood the shard-bound resonants who had failed the night trials or fled the choir's harsh rule. They trained us, fed us, promised we could matter. And above them all was the discordant voice, a man who had once knelt as a knight, but stood now as a prophet. I was given a scrap of cloth to tie around my throat, a sign I belonged, even if my voice trembled. They said the Hollowborn would hear us and come, that they loved imperfection. They gave me a task, a place to stand at the edge of a breach. The ground was split there, reality fraying like an unspooled song. My job was simple. Hold the note they taught me. Let the Hollowborn through. I thought it was an honor. I stood on the broken threshold, voice shaking, half mad with fear. The resonance was wrong, sour, but it felt like a confession I'd waited my whole life to sing. The others left me there. I sang. When the Hollowborn arrived, they did not look at me like the orders had. They did not turn away. Their blank eyes drank me in. They used my pitch to step fully into this world. I realized then, too late, what I was. Not a priest, not a singer, but a sacrifice. As their cold presence folded around me, dissolving flesh from bone, I felt no terror. Because for one instant someone, even monsters, had listened. Dissonance, the lost rhythm. Sir Anthony had once marched at the forefront of the ninth voice, blade high, resonance pure as a bell. They'd called him the shield cantor, his harmonics so steady they could settle an entire battle line. That was before the rift at Pellinspan, before something reached through the veil and cracked the song in his chest. Now, when he tried to call his chord, it stuttered, fell silent, rose again like a broken metronome. And in the crucible, there was no place for a knight whose song skipped. They had named him Dissonant, stripped him of rank, and driven him out to the wind-scoured wilds. He lived rough, scavenging water in cracked aqueducts, stealing dried rations meant for merchants. At night, he tried to sing the patterns back into himself, but the notes tangled. Until he heard a new voice. It came on a moonless night under the scorched bones of a ruined dome. A stranger approached, stepping lightly on the shattered stone. Her robe was patchworked with broken scales of resonance armor. Her eyes glowed faintly, a current of disharmony dancing behind them. Shard-bound. "Sir Anthony," she said, knowing his name. "You remember what it felt like, don't you, when your voice was free?" He clenched his fists. "Get away!" But she didn't. She sat, unafraid. "The choir hates your fracture. The inversion adores it. Your rhythm is closer to the truth." He trembled, the ragged edges of his gift humming painfully. "My rhythm is ruined." "No," she whispered. "Your rhythm is free." They led him to a hollow below the ruins, where a ring of hollow-sworn knelt, candles trembling in their filthy hands. None wore proper harmonics. They moaned half-songs, discordant, raw. "They will follow you," the shard-bound promised. "You still bear the night's echo." He looked at them, these desperate, broken souls, and felt something horrible and familiar in their gazes. They needed him. He needed someone to hear him. They taught him to reshape his fracture, to lean into the syncopated cuts, to let the brokenness guide the flow. The inversion wanted imperfection, wanted openings. When the night came to open a new breach, they called upon Anthony to lead. He stepped to the forefront, raising the old shield he'd kept despite everything. Behind him, the hollow-sworn began their chant, bleeding resonance from ragged throats. "Guide them," the shard-bound commanded. He did. He stood tall, voice shaking, a torn rhythm that tore the veil wider. The Hollowsworn fell to their knees, sacrificed by the breach's hungering current. But Anthan felt power surge into his floors, into the places the choir had named worthless. And when the Hollowborn stepped through, they bowed to him. A knight, crowned not by harmony, but by the perfect ruin of a shattered song. He let the new rhythm claim him, grinning like a man finally heard. Dissonance, the bridge, 3. They watched from behind the blast panels as the bridge prototype sang. An abandoned mining town in the Nevada desert. 10 rust-bitten houses, an old general store, a church whose bell had not rung in 40 years. Disposable. The harmonic array built around it came alive, a lattice of polished crystal and composite steel, humming in perfect synchrony. Tamek held the final switch, tuned to a sub-resonance only he truly understood. "Dr. Tamek," General Vial prompted. "We are green across the board." He nodded, barely concealing the edge of hunger in his breath. This is the first taste. He thought. Just a taste. He activated the bridge. At first, nothing. Then the air trembled, the kind of tremor a tuning fork might make if struck against bone. Windows liquefied into transparent sludge. Door frames twisted, each nail screaming a different note. The church's bell tower sagged sideways like a dying throat. No flames, no shockwave, only a wrongness so pure it made the soldiers behind the glass clutch their heads. And then silence. Vial stood perfectly still, reading the instruments. His face stayed unreadable. "That," he said at last, "will do." They shut down the array and secured the site. The general left, satisfied. But Dr. Derren did not. He waited until the others cleared the control center. Then he turned to Tamek, hands shaking. "That wasn't a weapon," Derren said, voice thin with horror. "That was something else. The harmonic signature. It bent dimensional stability. You could—" Tamek let him rant, eyes patient. Derren stepped closer, eyes wet. "Tamek, please, you know what it is really doing. If you turn that on at scale, there won't be a continent left to rule." Tamek smiled, faint and clinical. "I appreciate your rigor, Derren. Always have." Derren stumbled back. "I'm going to report this. They'll listen." Tamek tilted his head. "I'm afraid not." He drew the handheld prototype from his coat, a small, sleek coil of polished silver, tuned to a personal note. The harmonic field snapped into life with a hiss like a violin string drawn across glass. Derren had time to open his mouth, no more. The beam of resonance struck him in the chest. A spiral of wrong light wrapped him, warping the air, and the tiny breach bloomed like a rotted flower. It took him, silently, as if his entire body were snatched through the hole in the world, every atom unwoven, voice stolen before any cry could rise. When the breach collapsed, nothing remained. Tamek stood alone in the sudden stillness. He returned to his apartment that night, stepping through the false bookshelf and into the sanctum. The rejuvenation capsule glowed faintly, awaiting him. He touched its curved surface. The machine hummed, perfectly in tune with his heartbeat. "They will call me Hollow God," he thought, and let the idea settle in his bones. And they will not be wrong.